right, welcome everyone. Am I on? Yeah, I'm on. I love this evening. This is like one of my special evenings, so I'm so excited to see you all here. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Goleta City Council, June 17, 2025. If you'll all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I do understand that you would like to, do we have someone that would like to, would you like to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We can turn our microphone so you can hear them. Do you know you're going to do this over this? All right, I'll get it started. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'd like to have our translators introduce themselves. Do we have them? Oh, no wonder. Thank you.
Hi, I have a brief bilingual message. Tengo un mensaje breve bilingüe. Tenemos interpretación simultánea entre el inglés y el español para esta reunión. Si gustarían escuchar, participar en español, tengo algunos auriculares aquí disponibles para que lo puedan hacer. En cualquier momento que decidan hacerlo, que sea ahora o más tarde, estamos en el cuarto aquí de junto con cualquier pregunta o duda que tengan. So we have simultaneous interpretation between Spanish and English for today's meeting. So if you would like to participate in Spanish, follow along in Spanish, I have some listening devices available for you to do so. If at any point you would choose to do so, you can let me know now or later on. We're always available to help. We'll be in the room right next door. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rosen, if you'd report us from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the closed session item that was read into the record at 4:30 this evening, there is no reportable action.
Okay, at this time, we'll have public forum. Anybody that wishes to speak to anything that's not on our agenda this evening and relative to our jurisdiction.
Madam Mayor, we haven't taken roll call yet.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Roll call.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin,
Here.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Here.
and Mayor Perotti.
Here, I'm just so excited to get moving here. Okay, all right, now it'll be time for public forum.
Yes, and any member on the webinar wishes to speak to any non-agenda item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, amendments or adjustments to our agenda, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I do have one tonight. So staff is recommending, and if you're looking at your agenda, that Council move the order a little bit and move up item D1. So D1 is a memorandum of agreement for support to other agencies, and we are recommending that that item be moved up. So it is after C1. C1 is a public hearing on community development block grants, but before C2, which is the operating budget for the next 2 fiscal years. The reason we're recommending that change is D1 includes recommendations for grant awards and contracts for the next fiscal year. And if the council were to have a discussion and make any changes, we would then be able to amend the budget accordingly. Right now, the budget that is before you tonight assumes the amounts that are included in item D1. So that's why we're recommending that you take D1 before the budget.
Okay, C1 before D1.
D1 before C2.
D2, okay. Do we need to make a motion for that?
I think just a voice vote on approval of the amended agenda would work.
Everybody okay with that? Aye?
Aye. And then
Yes? Okay.
I could move into my CM
Please
report if
do.
you'd like. I just have one announcement, but it's a big one.
Okay.
And we've got the word out previously, but we'll do it again tonight. So the city's first 4th of July drone show is 2 weeks away. Very exciting that we're able to do this year. The event is taking place at Dos Pueblos High School football stadium. The gates open at 6 p.m. There'll be food trucks, DJ Darla Bay, is it B or B? Line dancing, family-friendly games, activities, photo booth, and a lot more. The drone show will begin at nightfall or around 8:30, so we do have to wait for it to get dark. Please carpool if you can. There is parking, but please carpool. There's also a free shuttle courtesy of Santa Barbara Airbus that'll leave in front of Costco. The home side of the stadium will be open for bleacher seating, so plenty of seating. The track and turf area will be available for blankets and beach chairs. We ask that people don't bring large camping chairs, no pets, obviously, no large coolers, etc. The event would not be possible without the enthusiastic support of our many generous sponsors. Please go to our website to see all the partners listed. I won't go through them now. But our first ever 4th of July drone show coming up in 2 weeks.
Well, be here before we know it. Great. Okay, and that's all you have for your report? Okay. And we'll move to consent.
Yes, that will be item A1, approval of the City Council meeting minutes of June 3rd, 2025, acceptance of the April 2025 check register. Item A3, acceptance of the April 2025 investment transaction report. Item A4, resolution to hold a public hearing for street lighting benefit assessment for fiscal year 2025-26. Item A5, CPI adjustment of the fiscal year 2025-26 Goleta Library special tax rate. Item A6, award of contract for street banner services. Item A7, second reading of an ordinance to add Chapter 15.22 to Title 15 of the Goleta Municipal Code to adopt the fire hazard severity zone map and regulations and determination that the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Conduct second reading by title only and waive further reading of Ordinance 25 next in order, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adding Chapter 15.22 Goleta Fire Hazard Severity Zone Map to Title 15 of the Goleta Municipal Code, designated fire hazard safety severity zones within the City of Goleta in accordance with Government Code Section 51179, and determination that the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Item A8, Amendment number 2 to Agreement number 2019-055 for building services. Item A9, Advanced Planning Division professional services contracts for fiscal years 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027. Item A10, Amendment number 1 to professional design services agreement 2024-045 with Jeffrey Miller Architecture and Design, JM&D, for the Goleta Valley Library ADA Safety and Building Improvement Project CIP 9130. Item A11, award of City of Goleta grants for fiscal year 2025-2026. Item A12, library management services agreements for the cities of Buellton and Solvang. Item A13, award of professional services agreement to CityNet for outreach to people experiencing homelessness. Item A14, award of contracts for interim housing. Item A15, approval of plans and specifications, adopt categorical exemption, award of contracts for the 2025 arterial pavement project. Item A16, professional design services agreement with M&S Engineers, Inc. for the Glen Annie Creek Culvert Project. Item A17, public works professional services agreements amendments with Unicore Engineering, Inc. and Dewberry Engineers, Inc. And item A18, commercial leased agreements with current long-term Goleta Community Center tenants.
Thank you. Quite a lot of stuff on the consent tonight. Does council wish to pull any item?
I'll pull A11.
You're pulling A what?
A11,
The
the city
11?
grants. Just because I need to step down. I'm not sure if it would be easier if I just step down from the whole item or do separate
I'm not sure how we should do that.
motions.
Can he just recuse himself from that item or take it separately?
I don't think I should be in the room if I'm
Councilmember Carrico, what is the specific?
employer.
Okay, so I do think maybe we handle that one separately, and Councilmember Carrico exits for it.
So when we get to that, we'll ask you to leave the room.
Okay.
I wanted to speak to that too, actually.
Okay. Any other, Councilmember Caston?
No, I would speak to the
Oh,
city
that one?
grant one too.
Okay. Councilmember Carriaco and Councilmember Smith.
Yes, I also just had a brief comment on A11, and then I'd like to pull A15, the pavement
Okay.
project item, just for some brief.
Great.
comments
So
and
it's up to
questions.
15 as well. So, okay,
Great.
so we're all kind of on the same page here. So let's start with, should we do this? Start with the remainder of the consent? Okay.
Let's do
But I
that.
should ask for public comment first.
Correct.
Is there any public comment that wishes to speak to any item on consent?
Yes, if any member of the public wishes to speak to an item on the consent calendar, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing no public comment, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
so then we will, I need a motion to approve,
Well, A15.
accept A11 and A15.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Council members, please do remember to lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriako,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Oop. It did give me a chance to speak.
Sorry about
I
that.
went too fast, but I'm an aye. Okay,
Apologize.
so those motions are approved. So let's take A11, and if you could read that for everyone to know what that is.
Yes, that is item A11, award of city grants for fiscal year 2025-2026.
And you will be recusing yourself?
Yeah. Do I need to step out of the room for the item?
Councilmember Kiriako, I think that's best. And just to confirm, you work for a nonprofit, is that correct?
Yeah, I work for one of the awarded organizations. Do I need to name them?
No, but it is a nonprofit, is that
It
right?
is.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would suggest leaving for the vote.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I have a different recusal question because this has come up in the past. I serve on the board of Girls Inc. of Santa Barbara, and they are one of the organizations recommended. So I can recuse myself from that item or from the whole item.
And that's on A11, Councilmember
Yes.
Raisman? And is it a compensated position?
It is not.
Okay, thank you. Then in that case, I would suggest recusing similar to Councilmember Kiriako for the item.
Okay, all right, we'll let Councilmember Luz Reyes Martin leave the room. Okay. Anyway, did you have a question on A11, anybody, or discussion?
I did have one
Okay.
sort of observation, and it's not, you were council members.
Mayor Pro Tem, is your mic on, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks. And it's just an observation for staff, something to think about in the future. So when you look at, for instance, economic development, it's very 25,000, I think it is. So and homelessness too. I think it was 25,000. I have to go back and look. But it's a sliver of what's being spent. And in both those programs, they function, unlike Parks and Rec, they function by us using other entities to do our work. Some of the way that we get other entities to do our work is with grants, and some of the way we get people to do it is with contracts. And so just as an informational thing, it would be helpful, I think, for people to see here's the context. It's 25,000, let's say, for economic development, but there's an additional 150 or whatever it is in contracts that shows the scope of work that we do, so people get an understanding of what it is that it's being done, so they see where those grants fit in. Likewise, with homelessness, the amount that the grants committee is funding is just a narrow portion of the total spending, and so this is made to just kind of top off or catch those areas that we're otherwise not accomplishing through contracts. So some display, and I don't know if it would be in this document or if it would be in a document that is in the budget document or somewhere where people see our program, rather than here's the contracts in one presentation and here's the grants in other presentations.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Kasdan, I think in the future, we could simply footnote it in the staff report. So somewhere at the bottom of the staff report, it just says exactly what you just said. In addition to these grants for homelessness, the approximate budget for homelessness is, X hundred thousand, and it could be footnoted. And I will note what Councilmember Kasdan just said as well. It is our budget tonight, so when we get to that hearing, certainly if questions come up, oh, how much do we spend on homelessness? How much do we spend on economic development? Staff will be ready to share that tonight.
Yeah, but I guess a little broader than a footnote. So to indicate that the council gets a fuller understanding of the program of work in by this sector, what we're doing. So they just get a fuller picture of what's going on.
So are you talking, I have a question, are you talking more like a whole separate item on an agenda that we
doesn't-
discuss it? I'm not sure.
I
how
leave it up
weird-
to staff. It could be in the budget presentation, there's a display. It could be in the context of this, as city manager said, adding a little more than a footnote, maybe a paragraph or something broader. But I'm not, asking for a full program of work or anything, just a bit more context.
Sure, we can kind of look at what options we can come up with. The other part of it, sometimes it's a little difficult because you have things like in Public Works where they have contracts for cleanup of encampments. So once you start kind of going wider, it's not just limited to one space, but I think we get your general request.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the comparison is, and since I see Nina there, I can use this one. Everyone's favorite comparison is with pavement, where there's a multiplicity of programs that we use to fund it. And so unless there's some sort of display, you don't get a real understanding of what the complete contribution is towards our pavement goals. And so I don't want to beat this to death. It's just informational.
Thank
Okay.
you. Do you have a question on this?
More,
Councilmember Smith?
more of a comment. I did want to thank the committee for their work on this, for all the applications that came in. I also work in the nonprofit sector, so I know how much hard work goes into that, and for all the processes that the committee reviewed. So I'm grateful for that, and it seems like there's been sort of improvement in that process for all sides. I just wanted to note as an observation for potential future consideration from the committee is I do think as we look to be very strategic with our dollars, that the committee might consider implementing over time potentially. I realize there's trade-offs, but potentially, fewer awards at a higher level, just knowing how much costs have increased, particularly in the last few years. And/or I know 2 other jurisdictions have moved to a 2-year cycle. And so that might be ways where we can be sort of very both strategic and also to give some breathing room for the organizations to sort of have that knowledge again, with caveats on, budgets can change and things, but just an observation I wanted to make. So thank you to the committee for the recommendations, and I'm in support of the proposal as presented.
Thank you. I think that's a great recommendation. I know that having struggled with grants, there's so many worthy organizations, and you tend to break it down into smaller amounts. But what we did, and if you look under the category of homeless issues, we didn't do that. We did 2 big grants and one's a little bit smaller, so we didn't break it down into a lot. So yeah, it's a challenge. But thank staff for all the work on this. Would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would move to approve item A11.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Councilmembers, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes-Martin has recused himself. Councilmember Kiriakou has recused himself. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Yes.
and Mayor Prodi.
Yes. Oh, it went again so fast.
Wait,
But I
you-
vote.
you-
It should still be up for you.
you
Is it
can
still showing on your
lock it in
screen?
before you,
Lock it in before I vote?
yeah, before, you can do that.
It should still be open
No,
on
you
your screen.
vote and
Are
then you
not
lock
seeing
it in. Don't worry, we'll figure this out. Okay, so that passes, so we can bring Councilmember Carriaco and Councilmember Luz Reyes Martin back in and move on to the other item that was pulled, A15.
Yes, that is item A15, approval of plans and specifications, adopt categorical exemption, and award of contracts for the 2025 arterial pavement project.
Okay. Did you want to go first, Councilmember Smith?
Yes, I know since we last discussed pavement, there's a few changes, and so I really did just want to highlight, see if staff was willing to share the sort of final map of where we landed, and I don't know if staff would be willing to just give a brief update on where we are for the pavement project.
Councilmember Smith, thank you for the question. We had our pavement project bid last month, and we had a very successful bid turnout. The bids came in about $2 million under the engineer's estimate, so it allowed us to add a lot of the alternate bid items. So with the map you see here, the blue items have been added to the project that we're recommending that you award tonight. So we were able to add portions of Calle Real, Stork Road, Los Carneros Road, and Berkeley.
Wonderful, thank you. And then,
Oh, I'm sorry, we're just not getting it televised. I mean, it's not on. Our screens are out. I can
Mine's
wa-
out.
can
And I
scoot
have
over
more.
here.
Screen not on?
It's called plug it in and it'll work.
Where's the power button?
Thank you. It's out too. Okay, perfect. So we can see it now.
oh, and Ms. Buelna, did you have a follow-up comment?
So in addition to that, we're able, because we got such great bids, we're able to, via change order, add, as you can see in the orange, this area of Calle Real will be able to do road restoration. And then we'll also be able to do a bridge gap for Pacific Oaks so that it's a smoother pavement ride until we get to the major project that we're going to do in about a year or two. So this helps us do more projects.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know some questions came in about, why is there so much activity, let's say in the northeastern quadrant versus other quadrant? But correct me, my understanding is that the city sort of uses an objective road condition map that sort of informs each year sort of which streets are a go. Is that correct?
That's correct. We use a pavement management system because we're trying to get our PCI up to our goals. So we're very strategic on the streets that we do. So we do various treatments so we can get to our goals as fast as we can. And after this project, with just the additive alternate and base bid, we'll go from a 57 to a 60. So I think that's great strides. And as we do these projects year after year, I think we can make some headway. And then in the residential area, I want to note that we're not doing full restoration or overlays. We will be doing skin patching, which is fixing the pavement that's failed and doing a couple dig outs, so removing specific sections and putting back new asphalt. And then we'll be coming in fall of this year with a resurfacing project, which is called a slurry seal, and that will protect the road surface from sun, water, and traffic.
Wonderful, thank you. And then my understanding is sort of when it all got finalized, that the final amount is around 11 million, which if we look back in the last couple years is more than double our previous investments in previous years.
That's correct. We're doing a larger project this year.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I do. I have a question really quick. Thank you for all the hard work figuring this out. I mean, we get more calls about our pavement than anything else, believe it or not. And we're working very hard to bring us all up to speed. But I do sit on the MTD board, And I know there was a project that was from 2019. It was a joint project. There was Measure A money. I'm wondering, it was the MTD bus slip, I don't know if that's what it's called, on Stork in Glen Annie, Stork. And then over by the marketplace. I'm wondering, I know that we've exhausted, from my understanding, extensions on the Measure A, so we've lost that money, but it goes, could you explain that it goes back into a pot and we're not given a bad mark for it, but we can apply again?
Mayor Prodi, that's correct. It's going to go back into the region's pot of Measure A, and the next round, will be in 2 years, so we can apply again. And it doesn't leave a bad mark
Okay, that's good.
on our record.
And so I just want to emphasize the importance of keeping this project on our radar. It is a very worthy project, and it's been on a long time, so just don't forget it.
It's going on our list.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. If somebody would like to make a motion?
I'd move to approve item A15.
I'll second.
Okay. All right, roll call vote. Oh, do we have any speakers on this? I don't think I asked.
If any member of the public wishes to speak to item A15, please use raise hand icon and I will call on you. And I'm seeing none.
Okay, thank you. Then roll call vote.
Okay, and council, quick announcement. We're going to skip the voting machine because it appears to be having some malfunction, so it'll just be a straight
Oh,
roll
it's
call.
not me? Good.
I don't think it's you. No, it's not you.
See?
Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Prodi.
Aye. It's not cooperating, but aye. It's not working.
We're going to skip the voting machine for the rest of the
Oh,
night
okay.
because we're having errors.
Okay,
obviously.
aye.
Great.
So it's
Thank you.
unanimous. Okay, we're moving on, getting out of consent onto the fun stuff. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Our first presentation item, that's item B1, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, declaring June 19, 2025 as Fiesta Ranchera Day in the City of Goleta. Certificate of recognition, Natalia Trevino, the Spirit of Fiesta. Certificate of recognition, Victoria Plasencia, Junior Spirit of Fiesta.
If everybody could come up, and Stephanie, are you, who's Ms. Petlow? There, oh, you're accepting the proclamation. Yes, okay, got it. And Councilmember Smith will be helping with the certificates of recognition for the Spirit and the Junior Spirit.
Do you want me on this side of the podium or this? What side of the podium do you want me on?
This side, and then we'll do the girls? Yeah, yeah? Okay. Okay, yeah, then you can say a few words,
Okay,
and there's
thank
going to
you.
be a performance, yes?
Oh, I'm not dancing, but they are.
Okay. Okay, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, declaring June 19th, 2025 as Fiesta Ranchera Day in the City of Goleta. Whereas the Goleta and Santa Barbara communities will celebrate the 101st annual Old Spanish Day Fiesta, celebrating from July 30th to August 3rd, 2025. It's almost here. And whereas the Goleta community welcomes Fiesta Ranchera and celebrates the 17 years of tradition and collaboration between Old Spanish Days and the Goleta Valley Historical Society. Whereas Fiesta Ranchera Day brings people together and celebrates the shared history and culture at Rancho La Patera. And whereas Rancho La Patera was the site of Goleta's first Fiesta event, Fiesta at Stowe House, on August the 3rd, 1968. Whereas Old Spanish Days is dedicated to honoring and preserving the Santa Barbara area's rich history, spirit, culture, heritage, and tradition. And whereas the Goleta Valley Historical Society, stewards of Rancho La Patera, preserve, interpret, and fosters research of the history of the Goleta Valley and the Stowe family, sharing this treasured landmark from the golden era of California ranching and providing a unique and historic gathering place for the community. And whereas the city of Goleta will play host to an official Old Spanish Day Fiesta event to be held on June 19, 2025 at Rancho La Patera Stowhouse, which will feature performances by the Spirit of Fiesta and the Junior Spirit and local entertainers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Goleta does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2025 as Fiesta Ranchera Day in the City of Goleta. Approved this 17th day of June 2025, and I signed it, Mayor Paula Perotti.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
much.
You want to take a,
Yeah, take a-
I think, are we
right there.
doing pictures? Oh. And then we'll take a picture with the whole council, too, so you don't leave. He takes good pictures.
Thank you.
Okay. If the Spirit and Junior Spirit would please come up and receive their certificates of recognition.
Okay, our first certificate is for our 2025 Spirit of Fiesta, Natalia Trevino. So the City Council hereby presents this certificate of recognition acknowledging Natalia Trevino, 2025 Spirit of Fiesta. Natalia is currently a sophomore at Bishop Diego High School. Natalia is an AP and honors student who enjoys participating in school activities and tutoring peers. She is a part of the National Honor Society, STEAM Society, Film Society, and California Scholarship Federation. Old Spanish Days Fiesta has been celebrated as a special tradition in Natalia's family since its inception. She looks forward to sharing her love and passion for flamenco, bringing positivity and joy to her community, and serving as a role model. The City Council of the City of Goleta proudly honors Natalia Trevino as the 2025 Spirit of Fiesta, and approved today and signed by Mayor Paula Perotti. And our next certificate is for our 2025 Junior Spirit of Fiesta, Victoria Plasencia. And so the City Council of the City of Goleta presents this certificate of recognition, acknowledging Victoria Plasencia as the 2025 Junior Spirit. She is a fourth grader at Oak Valley Elementary School. She is a bright and creative girl who loves diving into the worlds of science and art. Whether she's conducting fun experiments or painting her next masterpiece, she brings curiosity and heart to everything she does. When she's not busy creating, you'll find her dancing flamenco with passion, playing competitive club soccer, or running her very own slime business. Victoria donates some of her slime products to children and performs at retirement homes to bring joy through dance. So the City Council of the City of Goleta proudly honors 2025 Junior Spirit of Fiesta, Victoria Plasencia, approved today, the 17th day of June 2025, signed by Mayor Paula Perotti. Congratulations. Okay.
Y'all don't mind? Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it right here. All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Gorgeous.
Thank you.
Beautiful. I wonder if I know. Yeah. Let's see how that works. Okay. All right, we're moving on to the next presentation.
Were we going to have individual performances by the Spirit
Oh,
of Fiesta?
dancing. I know. I mean, usually they have their blocks all set up. Oh, there it is.
Los gitanos son primores, los gitanos son primores, van vendiendo por la calle ya abanico y sopladores. Ahí van vendiendo por las calles ya abanico y sopladores. Los gitanos son primores, los gitanos son primores, van vendiendo por la calle ya abanico y sopladores. Ahí van vendiendo por la calle ya abanico y sopladores. Ni en la Italia ni en la Hungría tú verás los flamenquitos bailando por bulería. Ay, porque a mí me llaman la chata que, la chatita que de lavapiés. Porque a mí me llaman la chata, parece que se empapan con tres pies. Ay, Miguelito que llega llorando, ¿qué será? Que va que Manolito, que caramelillo que tiene en su casa. Los gitanos son primores, los gitanos son primores, van vendiendo por la calle ya abanico y sopladores. Ahí van vendiendo por la calle ya abanico y sopladores. esa maña infidelidad constante. Yo soy guajiro en España, en Cuba yo soy tu amante.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. That's going to be a hard act to follow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in and performing.
Viva la fiesta!
Viva la fiesta.
Viva la fiesta ranchera!
That's right.
Get your tickets.
Okay. Please.
And that's going to lead us to item B2, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, shall I go? Seem to be, oh, there we go. Now, to clarify, will you or Joanne be doing the dancing afterwards?
Me, all me.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to that. It's a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the City of Goleta. And whereas this year's Parks and Recreation Month theme, Build Together, Play Together, reminds us of the contributions of more than 160,000 full-time parks and recreation professionals, along with hundreds of thousands of part-time and seasonal workers and volunteers who maintain our country's close-to-home parks. And whereas the services that parks and recreation professionals provide are vital to our communities, from protecting open spaces and natural resources to helping fight obesity and providing activities and resources for all people. And whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas parks and recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, and many other opportunities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas parks and recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas the United States House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Goleta recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, does hereby recognize July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month, approved the 17th day of June 2025, and signed by Mayor Perotti. Congratulations.
Good evening. I am Recreation Supervisor Leonel Mendoza Diaz. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, for this proclamation. Your Parks and Recreation Division is so excited to celebrate July as National Parks and Recreation Month with the theme, Build Together, Play Together. Together, we're building and maintaining sustainable parks and green spaces for current and future generations. Together, we're building thriving communities focused on health and well-being. Together, we're building high-quality programs and spaces accessible and inclusive for all. Together, we help people play and connect through programs, events, picnics, and more. To celebrate, we'll be releasing an activity guide with a calendar of free activities for our residents to get out and enjoy the parks, recreation, and open spaces. We will have the activity books available here at City Hall, the Goleta Community Center, and Library Express. This information will also be available online through the City of Goleta's website. We hope you'll celebrate July with us by participating in recreational activities that bring the Goleta community together.
Thank you. Yes. Pictures? Yes? Yeah.
And the dance.
I have to? Or you should? Okay, well, I'll do this.
Okay, yes, for public comment on this item, Mayor?
Finger ready for mutes.
Do we have any public speakers?
Anyone within the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use raised hand icon, and I will call on you.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next part.
Our next item is item B3, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing June 2025 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month.
Thank you. And Councilmember Carriaco is going to present.
I'm Megan Overland with the Santa Barbara Transgender Advocacy Network.
Hi, everybody. Kathy Abad with Santa Barbara Transgender Advocacy Network.
Thank you, Megan and Kathy, for being here to accept this proclamation from the City of Goleta, which I'll read now. Whereas 2025 marks the 56th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, 6 days of intense protests in June 1969, following a police raid on the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village that specifically targeted lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning LGBTQ+ patrons, an event that galvanized the worldwide LGBTQ+ rights movement. And whereas, despite significant progress, many within the LGBTQ+ community continue to face discrimination, marginalization, and inequity simply for being themselves and for loving openly and authentically. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community, alongside dedicated advocates, allies, and organizations such as Pacific Pride Foundation, which celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2025, remains steadfast in the pursuit of inclusivity, equality, and expression. And whereas the City of Goleta continues to affirm its commitment to equality and endeavors to ensure that everyone in Goleta can reach their highest level of health and potential for a successful life, regardless of their background and identity, and experience a sense of belonging in the community. And whereas the city honors LGBTQ+ individuals who, despite being historically marginalized, continue to celebrate their identities, love, and contributions in various expressions of pride. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, does hereby recognize June 2025 as Pride Month in the City of Goleta and encourages all residents to take part in local pride events and to stand as advocates and allies, united in rejecting prejudice and honoring the rich diversity of our community. Approved the 17th day of June, 2025. Signed by our mayor, Paula Perotti.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honorable City Council members. Thank you so much for this proclamation. As it said, there are a number of challenges that have faced the LGBTQ+ community and continue to face the LGBTQ+ community. And proclamations like this, I feel, go a long way towards sending a message to our community that everyone should be valued and respected. And that's not something we can take for granted in this day and age. We have very powerful people that are happy to single out young transgender women in California and send a message to their followers that it's okay to bully and harass those people. There are people that are happy to get on the news and say that the transgender community is the most violent terrorist group in the world, despite all evidence to the contrary. And so in our community, having a message that everyone is respected and that everyone matters is so important to tell us how we should act and to tell everyone that it's okay. This is Pride Month because it can be very difficult, and often people are shamed for having identities as gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender, and we need to send a message that we can be proud of who we are. So I thank you so much for doing that, and I encourage you to continue to do whatever you can to help protect the most vulnerable members of our community, which definitely doesn't stop with the queer community. There are so many people right now that need the help and protection and support of our elected leaders. So thank you for this, and I encourage you to use every ounce of courage you have to continue to do the right thing whenever you have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Picture time.
Or public comment first.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to thank the City Council of Goleta for proclaiming June 2025 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Our son came out as transgender at 14 years old, so he's been out for about 10 years. I went to a PFLAG meeting, met two parents there that also had trans kids, and we started SBTAN, Santa Barbara Transgender Advocacy Network. So it's helped hundreds of families push for real change in schools, community supporting parents going through and questioning with their kids who have now, a lot of them become thriving adults. Our son is now a proud graduate of UC Santa Cruz, graduated 3 years ago, double major, cum laude, lives in Portland, has a long-term girlfriend, is saving to buy a house. He's just doing amazing, got a position at the National ACLU recently, so he's really just kicking a lot of butt right now. And there's just no question that if we hadn't supported him, he would be who he is today. He was, as a child, very withdrawn and awkward and just really, depressed, and we just didn't know what was going on. But once he came out, his just true self shined through. So we just want to make sure that people in the community, if anyone out there knows of anybody that is, questioning, if there's any parents out there, feel free to reach out to our organization. We do definitely want to thank you all for helping make Goleta a place where everyone can be open and safe and be proud. So happy Pride.
public comment?
If any member of the public on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I am seeing none, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, on to the next presentation.
Yes, that takes us to item B4, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California. Recognize the day of June 19, 2025 as Juneteenth in the City of Goleta.
And Councilmember Luz Reyes Martin will present.
Thanks for being here. I always want to make sure I'm in the right spot. Yes?
Whatever way you feel comfortable.
A little awkward here. All right. Thank you. I'm so proud to get to present this proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, recognizing the day of June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth in the City of Goleta. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation declaring the freedom of enslaved people in the Confederate States, contingent upon their return to the Union by that date, thus using the proclamation as both a reward and punishment. And whereas the Emancipation Proclamation did not entirely abolish slavery in the United States, and emancipation was delayed for many enslaved people, particularly in Texas, due to the lack of a significant Union presence and the withholding of information by enslavers. And whereas African Americans in Texas finally learned of the Emancipation Proclamation on June 19, 1865, when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, to enforce the proclamation and ensure the freedom of approximately 250,000 enslaved people, leading to celebrations among the newly freed and the birth of Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day or Independence Day. And whereas the City of Goleta is a proud sponsor of the 8th annual Juneteenth Santa Barbara celebration, which was held on Saturday, June 14th, 2025, from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Plaza del Mar Bandshell Park. And whereas this year's theme, Hope for the People, invokes the emotion of hope, one that finds strength in community gathering together to celebrate freedom. Now therefore be it resolved that on this 17th day of June 2025, the City Council of the City of Goleta does hereby proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth in Goleta and encourages all residents to use this time to learn about the legacy of Black peoples, their contributions, and stand in an alliance to end racism and hate. Approved this 17th day of June 2025, signed by Mayor Paul Perotti. And if you
Greetings, council members and mayor. I'm Simone. I'm one of the co-founders of Juneteenth Santa Barbara. I'm also one of the co-founders of Healing Justice Santa Barbara. We are so honored and so grateful that you all have taken the time to acknowledge Juneteenth in Santa Barbara. As the proclamation stated, this was our 8th year leading a county-wide celebration. We started when I was 2 months postpartum with my oldest daughter. And really at the time, I had told myself I was not going to allow myself to have to drive all the way out to Ventura or Oxnard to celebrate Black emancipation, that I should be able to stay in my community, be outside, be visibly Black, and with my community. This year's celebration was beautiful. We welcomed over 2,000 people. We had a vendor and community org market of over 40 different vendors, the majority of them identifying as Black. It's important for me to share with you that every year we try to make sure that our gathering is accessible and free. So we make sure that there's children's activities that are free to anyone who wants to come. We also raise money so that community members can have meals, because so often there's festivals in Santa Barbara where you have to buy expensive meals, so it's no longer accessible. We also make sure that Black artisans are able to sell without having to pay really large vendor fees, because we know so often, especially Black creatives, face barrier after barrier in having their work being valued and affirmed. I think it's important, of course, for me to say thank you to the city of Goleta, of course, city of Santa Barbara and the county of Santa Barbara for investing in what we do and seeing value in that. I think it's also important that I name the hurt that I felt in seeing that a day that was meant to celebrate Black emancipation and a proclamation that we were invited to come in and be honored with you all. Also seeing at the beginning, you all might have noticed that it was also June 19th being declared as the day for Fiesta de Ranchera, right? We were not told of that in advance, and that feels incredibly hurtful. There is only one day in this country that acknowledges emancipation, especially being enforced in some of the Confederate states. Only one day, right? We can also be honest in saying that, again, we are in our 8th year, but we did not receive support from the city of Santa Barbara until Crystal and myself literally put ourselves on the line, protesting in Santa Barbara, facing armored vehicles and being threatened. So again, I'm so disappointed that we were not told. Because if I had been told, in the same way that I can say I'm so glad that we share June with our queer siblings, is that I can say, knowing Black history in Santa Barbara, I want to make sure I name that if we think about the color line and how redlining has looked in Santa Barbara, it is important that we have things like the drag brunch started by Vivian Storm off of State Street, an area historically where Black people were not allowed to be, right? That only changed because of organizing by the NAACP as well as the Black Elks Club. If I had known that June 19th, again, the only day which recognizes the abolishment of enslavement, was also going to be the day for Fiesta de Ranchera, I would have prepared very serious questions for you all on what is the Black history, what happened to Black folks in this celebration. Right? The dancing was so beautiful. And I would say, how have Black folks historically been included or excluded from that organization? Have we seen Black folks as a part of that board? Have we seen Black folks included and acknowledged as dancers within that organization, right? I could have also then shared some of the Black history of Black folks who were held in the mission alongside our Indigenous siblings, right? People so often and so easily erase Black people. And so I needed to state on the record how disappointing it was to come to this meeting, certainly wanting to thank Luce, wanting to thank James, wanting to thank Jennifer for their work, and then feel as if we were minimized when we asked for one day. We asked for one day. And we did not get any funding until we literally risked our bodies. And then I am told to come today, and y'all took that away. So I don't want to pose for a photo. Thank you for the proclamation. Please do better. I was told that apparently the Fiesta de Ranchera always happens on a certain Thursday in June. I will say here, and hopefully you know, because you all had the proclamation, Juneteenth is always on June 19th. Yes, it is now a national holiday, but Black folks have celebrated this since 1865. All I would have asked is that someone would have told us in advance. And I would like each of you to consider why that did not happen, why nobody noticed that you were taking a Black Emancipation Day and giving it to another community. And again, I want to see young folks celebrated. Even though I may not participate in fiestas, I certainly want to see other organizations be honored. But we could have been told.
Do we have any public speakers?
Any member on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. And I am seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, all right, moving on.
Okay.
Are we okay? Need to take a break? We good? Okay. Please go.
Okay. Next item will be our first public hearing item. That is item C1, public hearing to consider adoption of the Citizen Participation Plan, CPPP, 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan, and the 2025-2026 Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I want to remind everybody that this is a public hearing, and then we will open the public hearing. Staff will make a presentation. Council will have questions, public testimony, and staff response, more questions, close the public testimony portion of the hearing, council deliberation, and close public hearing and entertain a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, good evening. This evening, we do have a public hearing on a rather lengthy title, as you can see on the screen. Doing the presentation this evening for you is Cassidy Lair, who's our Senior Management Analyst in Neighborhood Services, and she's prepared a PowerPoint to quickly summarize the main points that are in the staff report, and of course, we're welcome to take any questions at any point. So I'll pass it over to Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez, and welcome and thank you for joining this public hearing for the consideration of the adoption of the Citizen Participation Plan, the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan, and the 2025 to 2026 Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. The CDBG program, administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, aims to develop viable urban communities by providing decent housing, a suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities, principally for low and moderate income persons. So a brief background on the plans and CDBG. We receive an annual allocation of Community Development Block Grant funds from HUD. We have 3 plans that are up for renewal. The Consolidated Plan is a 5-year strategy for the investment of CDBG funds to address high priority housing and community development needs. We also have the Action Plan, which is how we carry out the goals of the Consolidated Plan. So this is an annual plan that includes projects and activities that will be implemented to meet the goals established in the Consolidated Plan. And the last plan is the Citizen Participation Plan. So this is policies and procedures for how we involve the community in the planning and evaluation of HUD-funded programs. To develop the goals and plans, we did partner with the County of Santa Barbara, the cities of Lompoc and Santa Maria for the needs assessment, community outreach, and community needs survey. So this was a regional approach to getting these goals and developing the data. We did hold an in-person and virtual community workshop on needs, and we had a public review of the plans. On April 1st, we had a public hearing for the needs, goals, and priorities, and we issued the plans for a 30-day public review, and no comments were received during that time frame. The proposed 5-year goals include public services to expand public services for low and moderate income youth, seniors, and residents with special needs, prevent and reduce homelessness, and our goal for the 5-year time frame is to serve 2,265 households or 5,650 persons assisted, just depending on how it's reported. Capital improvements, we're looking to improve public facilities and infrastructure and address material barriers to accessibility. Our goal for that time frame is 6,000 persons. There is a last goal, and this is the administrative side. So with CDBG, there is quite a lot of plans that we have to do. So there is a portion of the funding that goes to just the administration of the funding. We did receive our fiscal year 2025 to 2026 allocations on May 14th, 2025, and there was an increase about 24,000. So that did update our numbers for the next 5 years. And the 5 years is an assumption based on this year's allocation. So it's just this year's times 5. For admin, we're looking at about $64,000 a year. Public services, we're looking at $48,000. And for capital, about $208,000 for a total of $320,000 per year. The proposed 1-year activities for administration, we're looking at $64,000. For public services, the 2 subrecipients is Isla Vista Youth Projects for the Family Resource Center. That is $29,548, serving 200 households. And the People's Self-Help Housing Supportive Housing Program, $18,590, serving 253 households. For the capital portion, we're looking at the Matilda Park Improvement Project for $208,602, serving 2,360 persons, and that's calculated on the location of Matilda Park in correlation to the surrounding block groups. And that's all I had for the presentation, so we can open up to questions and comments.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. Just a very quick question that came up. Shouldn't it say LEAP instead of IVYP? Or can you clarify that?
Yes, I will go ahead and update that. I know they recently changed their name, so I think on the application it might have said IVYP, but we can update that on the agreements. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Katzman, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, this is just, why not? If you have any sense of what's coming in the future,
We're all wondering.
I just can't help myself from
Yeah,
because it's such a significant amount of money for us and a lot of other cities.
Sure. I'll start, and then Cassie can fill in. But we were actually very relieved to get that letter in May. There was a lot of talk about, federal funding being frozen and then possibly being rescinded at some point. So we're going with what we have this fiscal year. It still has not been determined what future fiscal years will be. Cassidy sat in on or listened to a session on the Hill earlier this week where it was pretty pessimistic, I think, of going forward. But at this point, I think it would be pretty much conjecture to try to figure out what that actually means. So right now we're going with what we have. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add, Cassidy.
Not much to add, just that it still needs to go through Congress and the Budget Appropriation Committee. So we're still very much in kind of a waiting period to see what's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes, just a couple brief questions. So for the public services recommendations in the budget, so I see that there's listed, 200 households served, and then the 253. Is our portion, is that the amount served with CDBG funding, or is that amount served as part of kind of a larger budget that includes our city's CDBG funding?
So the numbers would just be for the CDBG funding.
Okay.
For the person served.
Got it. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then just lastly, so what was presented today and in the staff report will actually get uploaded to, it's called IDIS. It's the federal government's form of submitting data. So once we get the okay, assuming council does give us the okay, we'll go ahead and load that up and do it officially through there. But what you've seen is essentially a PDF of what gets sent over to Washington, D.C.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, I'm going to close the public testimony portion. Go into deliberation. Public comment. Public comment?
Yes, any member of the public who wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. Seeing none.
Okay,
There.
thank you. Then I will close the public testimony and then go into council deliberations or entertain a motion. Are you going to make a motion or do you have?
I just want to make a statement.
Sure. Go ahead.
So my wife is an uncompensated board member for LEAP, and so I just plan to abstain from this item when it comes to a vote. Just wanted to announce that and announce my reason.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Move approval. I can read it.
Yes, please.
I guess we conduct a public hearing to receive public input regarding the Citizen Participation Plan, the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan, and the 2025 to 2026 Annual Action Plan for the use of Community Development Block Grant Funds, and consider and adopt the Citizen Participation Plan, the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan, and 2025 to 2026 Annual Action Plan, and authorize the city manager or designee to submit the adopted plans to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Abstain.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye, ayes have it. Thank you for your work on this. Thank you. Okay. We okay with moving forward? So we're now going to D1.
This is where we recommended to take D1. Correct.
Okay.
That is item D1, Memoranda of Agreements for Support to Other Agencies Program.
Okay.
Alrighty, so this is to go over the Human Services Standing Committee fiscal year 2025 to 2026 and 2026 to 2027 funding recommendations for the Support to Other Agencies program. The Support to Other Agencies program funds nonprofits and governmental agencies that deliver essential community services not directly provided by the city. It differs from the city grant program in that funding is awarded either competitively or through direct negotiations in amounts exceeding the Goleta grant program cap of $10,000. A request for proposals was originally issued for the services for which the current recipients were initially awarded funding. For the next 2 years, the Human Services Standing Committee reviewed the current recipients in October of 2024 and directed staff to provide an opportunity for the current recipients to submit updated proposals. In February of 2025, staff returned to the Human Services Committee to review the updated proposals and receive funding recommendations. Significant changes in the revised funding proposals included an increase for Gersh Park of $60,000 annually and an increase for the Goleta Valley Historical Society for $90,000 annually. Following committee review of the 7 current recipients, 5 agencies were recommended for continued funding through the STOA program for the period from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2027. So on the screen, I do have the Table 1 recommended funding amounts, and I'll go one by one down the list. For Fairview Gardens, they currently receive $60,000. They were not recommended for funding through the STOA program, but they were transitioned to the Goleta City Grant Program and was recommended for a city grant award previously in this agenda. The Foundation for Gersh Park, they currently receive $140,000. They were recommended for $200,000 for fiscal year 2025 to 2026 and $204,000 for 2026 to 2027. The amounts do include a 2% adjustment per year. The Goleta Lions Club, they were recommended for funding, but were requested to be shifted to the city manager's office as an economic development initiative under the Economic Development Program, and that is for the Goleta Holiday Parade. So for purposes of discussion, they're still in this table, but they will be moved to the city manager's office. Next up, we have the Goleta Union School District. They are recommended for $20,400 in fiscal year 2025 to 26, and $2,900 for 2026 to 2027. The Historical Society was recommended for $190,000 for year 1 and $193,800 for year 2. Santa Barbara Moves, that's the Safe Routes for School program, was recommended for funding at $15,300, and year 2 was $15,700. The South Coast Railroad Museum, that's the historic train depot, was recommended for funding at $51,000, And then year two, 52,100. The total recommended funding for year one is 476,700, and year two is 486,500. The recommended STOA funding amounts have been incorporated into the fiscal year 2025 and 26 and 2026 to 2027 budget, pending final budget approval and adoption. Alternatively, council may choose to modify the committee's recommendations by increasing or decreasing the proposed funding amounts for any of the recommended agencies, or elect not to award funding at this time and provide alternate direction to staff.
Questions? Do we have questions? I have a question on the amount for Goleta Union School District. Typically, that was the amount that we gave towards their, and maybe it was in there and I just missed it, their crossing guards. Does it still go to that fund?
Correct. It's to provide crossing guard services to, I believe, 4 schools in Goleta Elementary Schools.
Okay, good. Any other questions on any of the items? No? Okay. Public comment?
If any member of the public on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none. Mayor.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, how about a motion to approve?
I'm happy to make the motion.
Okay, please do.
I'll move that we approve the Human Services Standing Committee's fiscal year 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027 funding recommendations for the Support to Other Agencies program, and subject to budget approval in fiscal year 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027, authorize the city manager or his designee to execute agreements with the organizations and in the amounts shown in Table 1, recommended funding amounts of this staff report, with agreements in substantially the same form as shown in the Memoranda of Agreement template, Support to Other Agencies Program, Attachment 2, and authorizing such non-substantive changes as approved by the city attorney or his designee.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any comments? Okay. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Carriaco,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Okay,
Thank you.
ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good? Need a 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a break.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. Will be the next item.
That'll be item C2, adoption of the City of Goleta operating budget and capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 2025-26 and 2026-27 and 5-year capital improvement project.
Okay, thank you. And this, again, is a public hearing, so we'll follow the same process, and I will open the public hearing at this point. There we go.
All right.
Mr.
well,
Rio,
good-
you going to kick it off?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, council members, community members. I'm Luke Rio, City of Goleta's Finance Director. Pleased to present the proposed operating and capital improvement program budgets for fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27, along with the updated 5-year capital improvement program. Now, this proposed budget reflects over 6 months of collaboration across all of our departments. It incorporates public input and council guidance. The process began in January and has included multiple workshops, most notably the updated 2-year strategic plan and the development of each department's annual work program. So it's been a truly citywide, multi-department effort. Joining me tonight are the department directors and staff from across the organization who are available to assist with answering any specific questions. In terms of the presentation structure, we'll first dive in with a high-level overlook of our accomplishments from the previous year, our updated financial outlook, the proposed revenue and expenditure budgets, and then a summary of budget highlights and significant changes along with personnel updates and our five-year financial forecast, and then we'll conclude with our GAN appropriations limit. And then as a reminder, once appropriations are adopted this evening, staff will finalize the published 2-year budget plan, and that will include the full department narratives, performance measures, and workload data, including additional information about our city, including our economic profile, community profile, that meets the Government Finance Officers Association standards, and it will be submitted for award consideration. So with that said, I'll go ahead and dive in.
Okay.
So it's just starting with high level of accomplishments. Some major accomplishments over the past fiscal year. This included, the city receiving its 4th consecutive GFOA Distinguished Budget Award. We successfully issued $35.7 million in bonds supporting long-term infrastructure and received strong credit ratings, AA and A+, demonstrating our city's fiscal health. Additionally, we secured $4.2 million in competitive grants to upgrade the Goleta Valley Library's ADA and safety infrastructure. Other major milestones include transitioning to a new IT service provider. We received state certification for the housing element, installed 17 new EV charging stations at no cost to the city. We also expanded language access through bilingual council meetings and live streaming, ensuring more residents can engage with their local government. We launched $300,000 in child care programs to support families and providers, restored emergency preparedness programs like CERT and LISTOS, and then we also reopened the Goleta Community Center following a major seismic retrofit. The senior program grew by 60%. And then we were also honored with the 2025 Helen Putnam Award for the Lead Goleta Bilingual Academy. We also installed holiday lights in Old Town. The Old Town restriping project was completed and Project Connect entered its 2nd year of construction. The south side of San Jose Creek Bridge is now complete, a major milestone given the complexity of the creek and utility work. We've completed environmental projects funded by a $3.9 million Coastal Conservancy grant and secured an additional $1.7 million for wildfire protection at Elwood Bluffs. And then construction of the Goleta Train Depot began in September, and we marked a key milestone on June 10th with the topping off of the building's steel frame. So tonight's public hearing is the final step in the city's 2-year budget process. I'll begin with a brief overview of the proposed budget, followed again by the highlights, and summarizing the changes since the April and May workshops, and then walk through the 3 resolutions that are also before City Council That includes the 2-year budget plan, but also the GAN appropriations limit, and then we also have to adopt the schedule of authorized positions and salary schedule and the classification specifications. Okay, starting first with the financial outlook. So again, a recap from what was discussed at previous workshops. So we do have, the proposed budget is structurally balanced. It meets all reserve and compliance obligations. However, there are some long-term challenges. While ongoing revenues cover baseline operations, they are insufficient to fully address any deferred maintenance or expand programs. So any future service enhancements will require some type of trade-off or the identification of a new ongoing revenue source. And then we also continue to monitor economic volatility, any state budget deficits, and the federal grant landscape. And then sales tax and TOT do remain highly sensitive to consumer behavior, and so those are those do affect some of our major revenue sources. So at the end of it, it is expected that while the budget is balanced, there may be frequent one-time adjustments as more information becomes known, specifically with our capital projects and then knowing about our grant funding. And so we do anticipate, future or more than usual budget adjustments in the coming year. So this next slide, we're getting to the general fund revenue. So this is for fiscal year 25-26. We're projected at $51.4 million for the first year. This is a $400,000 net increase since the April budget workshop, and that was primarily just due to fine-tuning some of the revenue estimates, specifically with tax estimates and reimbursements. Our top 3 revenue sources are transient occupancy tax, that's the TOT, and then the transaction and use tax, the TUT, so that's the recent Measure B that was passed, and then property tax accounts is our third largest, or also our second largest, or third largest there, but it does account, when you combine all 3 of them, it's 70% of our total general fund revenue. TOT continues to remain our largest revenue source, just driven by strong visitor demand. However, it's projected to remain flat at $13.8 million in this first year, as we assume consistent occupancy and ADR levels, but we did factor in the same assumptions we did in the prior year with those economic uncertainties, such as with inflation and shifts in traveler sentiment. Property tax will remain stable. It will grow modestly based on assessed value changes and documentary transfer tax activity. Sales tax is expected to soften slightly, and that's just based on consultant projections. And then fiscal year 25-26 will be the second full year of the city's transaction and use tax, which is projected to remain stable at just above over $11 million. Now, just as a reminder, that revenue is generated when transactions occur physically in the city of Goleta, so local shopping directly benefits the city in that specific category. And then we have this all other revenue category, and that just includes our fines and penalties, interest and rent income, and our transfers in from other funds, including miscellaneous revenues. And again, with these estimates, we do apply conservative forecasting assumptions across all categories, just using the most current data available. Then I'm going to jump in quickly just on 26-27. We are proposing 52.8, and that's $52.8 million in the second year. If you were to compare this to the workshop, this is a net increase of $772,000. This increase also represents a total of $1.4 million or 2.7% over the 25-26 proposed revenue budget. And this, again, is just driven by continued moderate growth that we're anticipating with property tax, sales tax, transaction, use tax, and TOT. And again, these numbers will continue to be further refined as this is the second year. We do have a process called the mid-cycle update. So again, as more information does become available, we'll continue to make any recommended changes. Diving in now into general fund expenditures. So in the first year, fiscal year 25-26, it's been revised to reflect a proposed total of $53.5 million. This is an increase of about $446,000 when you compare to the April 2025 workshop. That increase was mostly related to salary and benefit cleanups, adjusting expenditures with supplies and services, and also factoring in updated estimates related to our sheriff contract. Some key takeaways, though, from this slide. Public works and public safety remain the city's largest expenditure areas, especially with the increase in funding in our pavement from the general fund. Public works is now our top department. It now surpasses public safety. We also include in this fiscal year a one-time CIP contribution of $2.4 million. This will be there will be continued updates to our CIP with the general fund contribution as we look to close the gap on the big 6 projects, and we actually have a separate slide for that, and so we'll touch on that when we get there. And just for context, what we did in this slide, we did combine multiple departments into one. In general government, just want to say that department reflects city council, city manager, city attorney's office, city clerk, support services, community relations, HR, risk management, and that also houses city manager's office also houses economic development, child care, and animal services contract. Just wanted to point that out there. And then the non-departmental, that is somewhat new in terms of what's being reflected in there, and that actually represents our annual debt service payment related to the recently issued bonds, and then also it includes administrative fees and any CalPERS admin fees. But the bulk of that number, about $1.1 million, is related to the annual debt service payment from the general fund. Moving on to fiscal year 26-27, our projected proposed expenditures are at $53.2 million. Now, this is a slight decrease when you actually compare that to the first year, and that's just primarily due to the removal of the CIP one-time funding. So again, it will continue to be further refined as if we do identify additional one-time funding. But overall, if you were to look at the operating budget alone, you would see that there is an increase there just due to labor contracts, other contract obligations. Public Works and Public Safety remain our top 2 departments. It just reflects our continued investment with our road infrastructure and public safety. And then again, we will have that mid-cycle update process, so numbers may change for that second year. Now, just getting into the budget highlights and significant changes. So this is kind of a recap, kind of too long, didn't read the whole entire budget, but really just focusing on the key areas. So city expects stable TUT revenues ranging from 11.3 to 11.6 million. Our homelessness response funding includes over $900,000 each fiscal year. Our sheriff contract is budgeted at $12.7 million in the first year and $13.4 million in the second. And this is supporting a 4th motor deputy and a 2nd parking enforcement officer. The Goleta Library will receive $420,000 and $495,200 in general fund support over the next 2 years. When you include total funding and all other sources, the library budget is about $2.1 million each year. The Goleta Community Center will receive general fund support of about $530,000 in the first year, $547,000 in the second. Total funding of the community center about $1.4 million in the first year, $1.5 in the second. And then the city grants program is proposed to receive $250,000 annually. Support to other agencies is increasing to over $500,000 annually, reflecting Human Services Committee recommendations. We've also budgeted $400,000 annually for economic development and child care. It's split $150,000 and $250,000 respectively. The pavement maintenance budget remains funded at $4.1 million per year from the general fund, with total funding reaching over $6 million when all funding sources are included. It should be noted, though, that there's also a change in the budget. It's not as transparent in the report, but it is in the line item detail. There is funding that used to be reflected under neighborhood services. It's now under city manager's office as part of an economic development initiative, and that's funding for the Goleta Holiday Parade. And so that is included in the city manager's budget now. And that's about $30,600 in year 1 and then $31,300 in year 2. Okay, now to maintain a budget balance, the $250,000 transfer to the Housing and Lieu Fund is recommended to be deferred. However, there is over $1 million will still be allocated from that fund's fund balance in fiscal year 25-26, which includes that $1 million loan for the Heritage Ridge land acquisition. In addition, staffing is being proposed to be reduced by one full-time equivalent due to a recommended reorganization in the city clerk's office. This includes removal of a vacant position, reclassifying a vacant position, and filled position. And we actually have a slide that will summarize this more in detail. See, and then this slide now highlights key capital-related appropriations. There's $270,000 budgeted in fiscal year 25-26 and $326,000 in fiscal year 26-27 for capital equipment and vehicle purchases. This includes a crack sealing machine, a Ford F-250 replacement, an electric pickup truck, and other vehicle replacements. All these purchases will be funded through the Capital Equipment Replacement Reserve. And then in March 2025, the city did issue those 2 bonds, totaling $35.7 million to fund major capital projects. The lease revenue bonds have a 30-year term, annual debt service of $1.1 million, so that's from the general fund. The sales tax revenue bonds has a 15-year term with $1.4 million in annual debt service, which is out of Measure A, sales tax, a special revenue fund. And so these are now going to be programmed in the operating budget, and that they are reflected in the line item detail. We also included, as mentioned earlier, $2.4 million of one-time general fund contribution to CIP. This will go to support the Goleta Valley Library ADA Building Improvement Project, the San Jose Creek Fish Passage Modification Project, and ADA improvements at the Community Center. It should be noted again that staff plans to make further recommendations in the next few months to address the one-time CIP funding needs to help close the gap. And so we'll actually have that slide towards the end. Okay, moving into the personnel updates. So this slide summarizes key adjustments for fiscal year 25-26 that that improve operational efficiency and result in overall cost savings. So in City Clerk's office, we are recommending the reclassification of a vacant deputy city clerk position to a new senior deputy city clerk classification. This position will support daily operations, provide higher level continuity, and serve as acting city clerk when needed. It reflects the increased complexity and leadership needs of the office. The salary is approximately 10% above the deputy level. The new senior deputy city clerk classification specification has been provided as a reference as part of attachment 4 Exhibit A to the staff report. The Planning Commission clerk, who is already performing a broad range of clerk duties, is being recommended to be reclassified to a deputy city clerk. So this will align their classification with their current responsibilities, which includes preparing agenda packets, managing meeting logistics, and responding to Public Record Act requests. And then the vacant public record specialist position is being recommended to be eliminated, now that its core responsibilities will be absorbed by the existing staff. So together, these changes result in a net reduction of 1 full-time equivalent, and then there's yields an annual general fund net savings of approximately $69,000 to $71,000. And then separately, the city manager's office, we're recommending reclassifying the vacant executive assistant to the management assistant. Now, this is a kind of a title-only change with no salary impact. It's intended to reflect a broader scope of responsibilities and support a more successful recruitment process. All right, now this slide summarizes the updated full-time equivalents, assuming those changes are approved, and just kind of gives a look back of what our total FTE full-time equivalent staffing levels looks like, and then what it does in the future year. So there is no changes being recommended in the second year. Just want to note too, in the staff report, we do note that this total FTE count reflects personnel costs a little over $17.8 million. And 18.5 million in year 2, which is about 34% of the total budget, which is, I always like to say it's kind of unique for a city. Generally, cities, their personnel costs make up over 60 to 80% of their total general fund. And because we're a contract city, when we contract services like with our law enforcement, building, and safety, it keeps our personnel costs lower and gives us more flexibility. Okay, this next slide shows budgeted vacancies at the time of preparing this report. As of now, there are about 11.25 full-time equivalent positions, which translates to about 13 individual positions across the organization. Of course, this number is fluid. Our human resources team continues to actively recruit and fill positions. For example, the supervising planner position, we had an internal promotion to Daryl Mimick, who was our former senior planner. And so as a result, the senior planner position is now vacant. So we do like to show this slide because it's just important to note that in the budget, we do assume 100% staffing level. We do program the entire budget. And so that amount there, I believe it's around 1.5 million personnel costs. And so we do assume that we're at 100% full employment beginning July 1st. We'll continue to monitor hiring trends, make any necessary adjustments. But in the case that there is, delays in hiring or in filling positions, there are opportunities to recognize salary savings, and that can be recognized as one-time funds that can then be applied generally to to CIP capital improvement. That's kind of what we've done in the past. Okay, 5-year forecast. So this is a revised 5-year forecast. We'll actually have a final published document with a little bit more information than what was listed in the report. But this forecast was based on, the updated numbers or the assumptions, known future costs and historical trends. And we also prepared a forecast for the general fund balance and reserves, and we have that on the next slide. But we use this as a tool to help spot any significant fiscal challenges in future years and as a financial indicator demonstrating the city's ability to support any future contributions to capital projects, any ongoing maintenance, new personnel, projects and programs, or take on if we wanted to ever consider debt service again. But it's important to note that this is not, should be looked at as a budget, but rather just a long-term planning tool because it looks beyond the budget cycle, but it brings that long-term perspective to the budget process. And just as a quick recap, the way to read this is that what's reflected on the green line is our revenues and our expenditures. It does appear that expenditures are higher than what our revenues bring in, but we have to remember that we are using one-time funds, and so those aren't reflected as part of revenues. So that's supported by our fund balance. But eventually, just based on conservative estimates, we are projected to have, a structurally balanced budget in the long term. But it will be difficult if we were to, increase any service levels or add any additional programs. And so there would have to be trade-offs. And then just a couple things to think about in the long term that's kind of not necessarily factored in here, but we do have upcoming major contracts that are coming up for negotiations and renewals. There are needs of certain major departments, and then also we do have Train Depot coming into operations in the future. And just a couple things to think about in the long run. Then again, this is a snapshot of our general fund balance and reserves over the next 5 years. And the way this is shown is it shows the contingency reserve in the blue here, and then we combine the other reserves and one-time fund balance in that orange color there. So the contingency reserve is fully funded and projected to grow from that $15.1 million to $16.9 million by fiscal year 29-30. It's consistent with our policy target of 33% of operating expenditures. Now, in addition to that reserve, the city maintains other reserve categories and that one-time unassigned fund balance. Those other reserve categories include the building maintenance and facilities, capital equipment, compensated leave reserves, risk management, litigation defense, OPEB, which is retiree health care costs and pension unfunded accrued liabilities, and then IT reserves. What's kind of difficult to see in here, but it will be more detailed in the published document, is the one-time fund balance right now was projected at $1.5 million in 25-26. It then does decrease to $785,000 in the second year, but then it averages about $210,000 in the long run for the following 3 years. Okay, now we're moving into the capital improvement program portion of the presentation. So the CIP budget will reflect updated cost estimates and changes from the May workshop are actually summarized in complete detail in the staff report. And then as a reminder, at the May 6, 2025 workshop, staff presented a reorganized and reader-friendly CIP document designed to function as a standalone, easy-to-navigate plan once published. This update focused on making the document more usable for council and the public. So that included a new introductory section that explains how the CIP is developed and prioritized. There's a refined 5-year CIP project list and budget that highlights only the active projects, and then the new long-term CIP project list just for future conceptual projects that would require council direction before staff can begin active work from that list. So it's intended to be a living document. Future updates will continue to be brought forward as needed. And then a summary, is provided in the staff report of those changes. So I'm going to jump right in, just very high level here. This is an updated snapshot of our 5-year CIP. So again, this only includes the active projects that are actively being worked on. It does not include projects that was listed in the long term. So what this is showing is organizing it by the department the number of projects, the total project cost, the total cost to complete, the funded amount, and now the estimated unfunded amount. And so that number's been updated to 73 million over the next 5 years. And again, so these will continue to be refined over time as we go through the process. And then should there be any new grant revenues, additional one-time revenues identified, those will continue to get programmed out accordingly. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next slide here. So this, what we do is we do recap on a summary of the new CIP projects that are being included in the overall CIP document, and it also includes a list of which category it will go into, whether it's the long-term or the 5-year CIP. And so this list has been updated just based, from the workshop. And so there's about 11 new projects that are now being included, and that includes some of them listed here, the City Hall elevator, the pickleball court resurfacing, the Hollister safety improvements, there's the Heritage Ridge Park, and then the it's the Glen Annie Creek Covert project, and then the US 101 bike ped overcrossing study is on there. And I should note, while these are all proposed, none of them are subject to fiscal year 25-26 appropriations. And so, again, these will be updated during the mid-cycle update. Okay, the next slide here is purely on the appropriations, and what we really concentrate on is that first year. It summarizes the total CIP, new CIP appropriations. So from the general fund, the 2.3 million, 2.4 million there, then special revenue fund, so that's with our grants and development impact fees and even our bond proceeds, so that's the bulk of it. Total law funds, 24.1 million in the first year, then it's 42.3 in the second. And then we do a table snapshot of what's being proposed from the general fund and what's being funded from the general fund. Okay, priority CIP project, the Big Six. So if you recall, we did show this table from the previous workshop. And then one key change here is the updated general fund contribution towards the Goleta Valley Library Building Safety and ADA Improvement Project. It did show a $2 million funding gap at the workshop. We were able to bring it down to now $457,000. We're continuing pursuing additional options to close that final gap in the coming months here, and so there will be a recommended future appropriation. For the San Jose Creek Modification Project, there still exists a $5.7 million funding gap. We do have a pending grant application with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Watershed Restoration Grants Branch in the amount of $3.75 million. As of today, we're still waiting from a decision from that agency. So we'll continue to bring back updates, funding recommendations as these projects move forward. Okay, this is the next slide, so we're getting towards the end here. So this is the GAN appropriations limit for fiscal year 25-26. It's required by state law. The city is required to adopt an appropriations limit each year. The GAN limit sets the maximum amount of tax-funded appropriations that a local government can legally spend on services. So for fiscal year 25-26, the city's appropriation limit is calculated at $84.4 million. And that was based on the growth in California per capita income and the population growth rate. So by comparison, our appropriations subject to the limit, which include things like property tax, sales tax, and our transactions and use tax, are projected at just over $38 million. So that puts us well below the cap. And then there were about $38.05 million under that limit. And so that means there's just plenty of room for compliance. And then this calculation actually gets reviewed and audited, and it does get submitted, to the state, and it is part of our annual audit process. Okay, so that pretty much concludes the presentation, and staff is recommending that council adopt the following related resolutions, but at this time we'll take any questions.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when I think about your presentation and not just the capital improvement program, but pavement and some of the other things that we're doing, it just seems like there's a lot of good things happening in Goleta. A lot of promises that have been made for the last several years, the last 10, 20 years, are being fulfilled. We're replacing bridges. We're finally taking care of the crib wall. We're finally taking care of the San Jose Creek bike path. We're finally putting ourselves in a position where we'll have a modern train station so that we have a real chance at commuter rail. There's just so many good things coming. And we're doing that without shorting our responsibilities on things that the public also really cares about, like addressing homelessness. We're on track, it looks like, in the next fiscal year, not the first fiscal year of the budget, but the second fiscal year of the budget, to reach the $1 million mark in terms of making real investments, targeted investments, innovative investments in addressing homelessness. So I'm seeing a lot of good things here. And we're also, we're also not just repairing our existing library, we're getting ready to open a really nice temporary facility. So there's just a lot of things to really like about this budget. Let's start with the library, because one thing, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan brought up the specter of the federal government earlier and what they may or may not do with trying to claw back funding. My understanding from talking to staff is that the $4 million plus state library grant is not at risk of any impacts in federal funding. The state receiving less money now from the federal government does not impact our ability to get that grant and to get those reimbursements. I just want to confirm that we don't need to worry that the checks won't clear when it comes time to get reimbursed for rebuilding and restoring our Goleta Library over on Fairview.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kiriakou, that's correct. Those funds are perfectly secure.
Okay, great. And I know a criticism that the city used to receive was that when it comes to funding the Goleta Library, that we really were not stepping up when it comes to our general fund. When I look at the general fund investments that we're making in a Goleta Library that doesn't just serve the city of Goleta, but serves Isla Vista, serves Buellton, Solvang, everywhere up to Gaviota, we're making a really significant general fund contribution over the next couple of years. I would argue, in fact, that our general fund contribution, if you think about it in terms of for Goleta residents, I would say at this point it probably comes pretty close to exceeding what the county per capita is per Goleta resident. Would you say we're right around that threshold now?
We are. I believe the total funding from the general fund is probably close to $500,000, and for the per capita, I think it's close to $800,000. So on a per capita basis, we might be a little bit even higher, but yeah, in the same general area.
Okay. And we're expanding programming to areas of the city that historically haven't received much in the way of library service, correct? The Old Town neighborhood that didn't used to receive really library services directly in the neighborhood. Now the book van is more available. We have services that can be provided out of the community center, programming out of the community center. Is that correct? Is that happening now, or
That's
or
correct.
scheduled?
That's correct. And part of the book van, what they're very proud of, and we're very proud of here as an organization, is we're bringing the library to the community rather than having the community come to the library. So you'll see that in some of our parks throughout the city, and we expect to see more of that during this time period.
Okay. And then moving to housing for a moment. So for the Housing in Lieu Fund, and maybe we need Peter for this. I know there's some decisions being made here in terms of being strategic and deferring some expenditures. But what we are expending on housing from the In Lieu Fund, how much affordable housing are we going to be getting for that $1 million or so that we're putting into Heritage Ridge? How many affordable units
We're
are we
going to
getting
get
for that investment?
102 units, depending on exactly how you count them, which means essentially $10,000 per unit, and that's a really, I think, a huge win for the city and for our residents.
Yeah, I think that'd be a steal at twice the price. That's just really good work on everybody's part that helped make that happen. And I really, it wasn't part of this conversation, but I just really want to acknowledge the work of our Health and Human Services Committee. Not just their decisions with the programs that they're funding, but the fact that we as a city are able to be putting in the kind of funding out of our general fund to support some of our lower income serving, child serving, youth serving organizations, and having really significant general fund investments there. So I'm just really pleased about that. And then a question about economic development. I know we got some public comment about economic development. A question and then maybe a comment. The $400,000 that is being recommended for the budget, the $400,000 a year for 2 years for economic development. The Economic Development Committee is meeting in July. Will the committee have the opportunity to weigh in and make recommendations on how that $400,000 is spent? And I guess the follow-up question would be, how much would we be restricted as a committee if we wanted to make adjustments one way or another, modest adjustments to how much gets programmed one way or another? The reason why I asked that question is if you look at childcare, it really is an economic development initiative. So it's not really like childcare and economic development. They are both, they are interrelated. The childcare initiative meets at least 2 of the imperatives identified in the economic development economic development plan. So I'm just curious, would the committee have some latitude there when they're making recommendations, or would they be constricted depending on what the decision is tonight for how we program things broadly?
I can start, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Carriaco. So I think you clarified one point I was going to clarify. You mentioned 400,000, and I just wanted to clarify that figure that you're using is for a combination of both child care and economic development. And in the proposed budget that's in front of you, I think it's 250,000 for child care, 150 for economic development. And so if your question is when the Economic Development Committee meets in July, do they have the ability to enhance the amount of funds for economic development? I would say no, that's what's before the council tonight. Any decisions on the recommended budget to put more money into economic development or less into something else, that should be done tonight. In terms of how that money is spent, last year I think we kind of set the precedent on going to the committee and not line item by line item, but using the strategic plan as a guide and getting feedback from the committee on what to tackle first. That led to some broad categories that the committee provided to staff on how to spend the amount last year. This year. This year it was 100,000. It has been recommended to be increased to 150. So, and I do see Ms. Kern here. She can elaborate on that. But we certainly want to make those decisions how the council and the committee want us to. But the plan was to come in July, get a jump on the fiscal year, and get feedback from the committee on how to utilize the 150,000 should the council approve that amount tonight.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. I don't have, I guess the only thing that I would allude to that is the child care program funding, as you mentioned, Councilmember Carriaco, is part of our economic development strategic plan, right? All of that could be considered economic development funding because it, does help our economy. But they are separated in the line item detail of our budget for city manager's office. So the committee would then be, I guess, tied to the total dollar amount for economic development, which is $150,000, which includes the economic development professional services as well as the Goleta Entrepreneurial Magnet funds. So that totals 150.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Because when I'm looking at the economic development strategic plan, one of the imperatives was to improve access to economic opportunity by increasing the availability of livable wage jobs and enhancing support for local BIPOC and women-owned small businesses and entrepreneurs. And I would argue that our Goleta Child Care grant program, I would argue that our funding to women's economic ventures and children's resource and referral, where you're training mostly women, mostly BIPOC women, how to start their business, how to better operate their business, and the opportunities that are created, that's right in there. And then, of course, there's the imperative of positioning Goleta as a local leader for high-quality, innovative, affordable childcare and housing solutions. So that's one of the reasons why once upon a time when we had a debate about how those funds should be managed and where they should come from, that's part of why we had that conversation about economic development and what committee, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted to keep that funding there. We're here now. Do I want to ask anything else right now? I've been going for a while. Let's let some other folks play. Thank you.
Councilmember Kasdan, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, well, two things. The child care is part of the Human Services Committee, just to clarify. Didn't understand that discussion. I guess I want to go to the, with respect to pavement. And right now, what's committed overall to pavement, it lists on page 14, is $6 million. And what to hit our PCI target is, how much would it be? So if you would, actually, you could explain what the PCI means and what the target means and so forth.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan, the PCI is a measurement of the pavement quality, and it goes from 0 to 100, 0 being the worst, 100 being the best. And our average PCI is 65 for the city of Goleta. So we're currently planning to do a pavement project annually where we do a mix of different pavement projects to bring our goal up.
And what is the necessary funding in order to maintain our target pavement quality?
I believe based on the last presentation, and I'm just pulling this from memory so I could be incorrect, it was close to 20 to 25 million to get up to the average PCI requirement.
That was to the 67.
That's correct.
And to hit around, let's say, 61, 62 or something like that, do you recall?
I'm guessing again, I feel like it was around 15 million.
Yeah, something. So where we stand, and I'm able to support this budget right now because where we stand now is we are waiting on a grant, a federal grant, which is $11 million. And Mr. Rio, if you could explain what that grant would do and how it would potentially free up money of which a portion, 6 million or so, could become available for pavement. Could you?
Yeah, Councilmember Kasdan, yes, so, yeah, that would depend on a couple of different factors, especially what the total project cost does end up being, and if we actually do receive that grant. Let's just say hypothetically that if there was excess bond proceeds or excess, we could, there could be a potential to free up additional money. That could
In other words, we're waiting to find out, and it's in limbo, if an $11 million grant from the federal government for transportation, if we get that money, it'll free up money that we have right now set aside in the general fund. And that if we get that federal money, we will then have $11 million in general fund money that we could devote to whether it's a priority CIP or pavement. Correct? Is that accurate?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. It would be, since it would be the bond proceeds, then we would have to find eligible general fund expenditures to reimburse us up to that full, whatever that amount is. But there's a possibility that, again, if the total project cost is within, if there does deem to be excess bond proceeds, there's an opportunity there, but that's still an unknown. And then also just knowing if that grant does actually.
Right. Yeah. We don't know what will happen with the $11 million, but if we receive $11 million, we're $11 million richer as a result of that.
Right.
Yep. All of this is to say, as we know, the PCI target is not just a theoretical target. we know that as the condition, our average quality in the city falls below certain levels, it becomes increasingly more expensive for us to maintain it. And at what level are we shifting, for instance, from primarily sort of repair and or from maintenance rather, to more repair and expensive rehabilitation?
Mayor Pro Tempore, that number is around 70 for a PCI.
I thought there's a number, I'm thinking more like in the 40 or something like that, that we start hitting very expensive rehab projects.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, once you get down to a 50 or 40.
Yeah, and so I guess all of this is to say that, I mean, I support the budget, and I definitely agree that there's wonderful things in here. And I know we're struggling to achieve all the various goals that we have in mind. But, in a sense, we're going to be holding our breath. I guess I'd say that. And that if we don't get that money, we're going to have to come back and figure out what to do. Because we just can't live by allowing our roads to deteriorate to points where it gets more and more costly in the future. And so if we get that $6 million, we're closer, we're back to, of the 11 million, we're closer to a point where we can stabilize our PCI at a reasonable level, 61, 62, or something like that. If we don't, we're falling deeper and deeper. And it's not, in a way, when we say we have a structural balance, we don't have a structural balance if we included the costs of the deteriorating infrastructure. And so I guess I just want to remind ourselves that we have to remember this. We have to hope that that funding comes through. It's something we're going to struggle with. And I just thought I'd orate. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. I don't necessarily have a lot of questions, but just a few comments. I'll start with economic development. I support the budget and how this is broken down. It is a little, I don't know what the right word is, awkward that we have two really important economic development programs or functions and live in different committees. I think we've navigated that, but it does continue to be, for me, something that I have to keep in mind as I think about the work of the Economic Development Subcommittee. I think that I look forward to the conversation at our next subcommittee meeting in looking at the strategic plan, looking at where we are, what we can tackle with this budget, because that committee is tasked with direction from the full council to implement the strategic plan. And we owe it to all the stakeholders that were part of that process and to the community to continue to make progress on that. And I think there is quite a lot of work for us to do around economic development to continue to have a thriving local economy with so much uncertainty and things going on. I was just remarking to our city manager in our meeting yesterday that I am hearing from residents and observing myself a lot more retail vacancies in Goleta. We know that the Rite Aid, for example, is on a list to be closed. I also saw today Home Goods has filed for bankruptcy, and that is a really large retailer that we have in the city. So I think we really do need to pay attention to that and do more or do all that we can to ensure that we continue to have a thriving local economy and that very important sales tax base. And part of that work that we do as a subcommittee and as a council is looking at that strategic plan and working with our business community and stakeholders and residents and employers to ensure that we're doing all we can there. So I did want to just make that comment because those are some breaking news kind of things that caught my attention in the last week or so. And then I just wanted to, again, emphasize my appreciation to the really extraordinary work of staff this last year, navigating some very complex financial systems and structures that we all had to, learn about and get through. So big thank you to Mr. Rio and your team, and really the whole leadership team. I know that you all had a piece of being involved with that. So thank you for that. I appreciate the focus on completion of the Big Six. I think it's really important to kind of buckle down and focus on completing those and making sure that they're all successful and they get completed. It's important to demonstrate to our community that we are investing in infrastructure that benefits not only the residents of today, but of tomorrow. And we are making these big investments, that really are going to benefit the community. And I look forward to seeing those completed. So I just want to thank, I know we've had many conversations here at council about a lot of the details in this budget, so I'm really glad we are here now. And again, thank you for all the work of staff.
Thank you, Councilmember Reyes-Martin. I really appreciate what you just said. I know I was absent at the last workshop, but I did review it this afternoon, and you guys asked great questions, and staff did a great job of presenting, and it's not easy, and there's a lot of I feel there's still a lot of uncertainty that makes us all feel anxious. But I think we're headed in the right direction, but I think we're going to have to be careful and really gauge financially the future and where we're going. And, we all have our favorite top wish list of items and projects and people that we want to support. And I think we're just going to have to really be cautious in the coming years. We're not going to be able, I'm not sure it's going to be sustainable to keep up, but I hope so. I just have, I'll just say that, but I have a few questions because I wasn't here, and so I apologize if it was asked. And first of all, for the public safety, which, it's a question of we're guessing at how much the contract will be in the coming years. Is it not for sure? So are we being conservative on that amount, or do we need to look at it being more expensive? I don't know where we're at with that.
Yeah, so what you have before you in the upcoming fiscal year for 25-26 is a known amount. 26-27 is an assumed amount. Part of that happens to depend on if there are any changes for the Deputy Sheriff's Association, things that are outside of our control.
Mm-hmm.
The contract itself has two basically escalators for the base contract that was started, I think, in 23-24. And so we just mimic those and check those each year to see if there's any change. It's hard to conjecture, to look out too far, but we haven't gotten any, intimations that that's coming down the road. That may change in the coming year, but as of now, we think that we're on pretty solid footing for at least these 2 fiscal years coming up.
Okay. And as far as the fourth motor, did we put money aside for that? Because we've been waiting for the fourth motor for quite a while, and I hear it's going to maybe possibly happen in July. So, but we have funding for that.
We 100% made sure we had that for this fiscal year. We knew that this was a possibility. We had heard different starting points, but the last communication from the Sheriff's Office does indicate that a July
That's great.
timeframe.
I'm sure they'll be happy about that. And then if you could explain me on the report under key changes for 26-27 budget include there's something under addition of the Heritage Ridge Park developer built project totaling over $3.5 million across 5 different funds. Can you explain what that means? I wasn't sure I understood that.
Yeah, I can add some context to that. So So the way the staff report was written was to kind of highlight the changes to that specific year. And really what that is a kind of a placeholder number. And so those across 5 different funds is actually just a placeholder for right now. We're going to be truing that up. It really should be about, if I'm guessing, at least, 1 to 2 major funds that would support that. Specifically, the Quimby Fund would technically support that.
Okay, got it. Okay, let's see if there was another one that I had a question about. Not seeing it right now. It'll come to me, but a lot of questions have already been asked, and thank you, Mr. Rio. I can support this. Thank you for. I'm sure you had a few sleepless nights. Great job, though. Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Oh, yes. I had a follow-up question on the Heritage Ridge question. I didn't know in terms of highlighting that, was that a change in terms of the fund source, or just put in as a placeholder because of the timing is anticipated to unfold in this budget period?
Yeah, that would be an accurate statement. So generally, when we had the workshop, it was actually, there was a proposed project with no project sheet or no numbers there. But we do need to clean that up just to be a little bit more accurate with that. It's related to the Quimby funds. And then also, it's also a TBD amount, like it's still something under development that will continue to be further refined as more information does become available. And again, it's reflected in, because it's in that second year budget. So again, it'll be more updates coming at the mid-cycle. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
That it? Okay. Okay, let's go to the public and see if there's any public speakers.
I do have one speaker slip, Dustin Hoyseth. Any member of the public on the Zoom webinar, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Parodi and council members. My name is Dustin Hoyseth. I'm the Director of Public Policy over at the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'm here tonight to talk about the city's budget regarding economic development, specifically the portion allocated to the implementation of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. I appreciate some of the comments I've heard so far tonight, and so some of my comments might seem a little duplicative, but I just want to get them out there. At a previous budget hearing, the Chamber and other members of the core planning team that helped shape the plan advocated on behalf of the plan's various imperatives and strategies, and their importance to the businesses throughout the city and to the city itself. An investment in economic development is an investment in local businesses as well as the quality of life of Goleta's residences. A few examples of the benefits of economic development include increased sales tax revenue to fund essential city services, more high-paying quality jobs, and greater support for small businesses and entrepreneurs. Economic development has always been a top priority for the Chamber, and we were so proud when the Council unanimously passed one of the first and most comprehensive economic development strategic plans in the region. And we were even more proud to see the city dedicate a budget line item to economic development. I'm here to try and advocate for funding to that line item, but I do want to say that, I work with a lot of cities and jurisdictions in the region, and in a lot of conversations I'm in, I hold the city of Goleta up as the process that you went through for economic development and the way that you're choosing to follow through with that as kind of a shining example. Again, it does always come down to budget though, right? That's kind of the next step. So the plan has 28 specific strategies spread across 6 imperatives that are meant to be implemented within a 5-year period of 2023 to 2028. Fiscal year 25-26 is the halfway point of this initiative. And while we support the city's investment in childcare and appreciate previous investments in economic development, we do believe that the current plan to allocate $150,000 of the $400,000 budget to the strategic plan's implementation is insufficient to support the plan's strategies, especially if the city wishes to meet its goal of implementing these strategies by 2028. Our ask would be to consider increasing the investment in economic development to $250,000 of the $400,000 in fiscal year 25-26. I'm just going to skip ahead here so I don't go over. Ideally, I would be asking for an increase in the overall economic development budget of 400,000 rather than comparing childcare and other economic development strategies. And to that point, if not this fiscal year, next fiscal year, it would be ideal to see a further investment in economic development in general. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
I have no other speakers.
No other speakers, okay. More questions from council? Not seeing any. Then I will close public testimony, entertain council deliberation.
Just an observation that I should have brought it up in the last discussion we had, or previous one on support to other agencies, but one of the things that in shifting the money of the parade to economic development, part of the premise was to sort of put likes with likes, because that was an event type of thing, and they're doing other event types of activities. Whereas now the support to other agencies is really focused on city-owned properties managed by someone else, and MOUs with other government agencies of some sort or another. And the premise being these are not really as suitable for competitive environments. There's not additional Gersh parks or something like that. So they're just conceptually, it made sense in a way to group these together. And anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. And otherwise, it was a good budget process. It was, I'll say that it was a challenging one and that we didn't have a lot of money. So with less money available, less additional funds, there was less room to struggle and argue with each other when everything was pretty much, oh well, a lot of shruggies. I do agree with Councilmember Kiriakou that of the available money, and God willing we get that 11 million, we hit a lot of priorities that we had been seeking. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiriakou?
Oh, I want to thank Councilmember Kasdan for his additional comments and clarification. I also, just kind of going back to the discussion, I want to move away from pavement and talk about roads. Some things aren't just measured in terms of PCI. Having the crib wall repaired finally cannot be contextualized and put a price tag and a value on it just from the standpoint of what would the before and after PCI be there. Having the assurance that that road will work for Western Goleta, the value of that is almost immeasurable, and that's a promise that we're finally keeping after a long time. So when I think in particular about roads being such a priority for people and pavement being such a priority for people, I'm just really glad that we're doubling our investment in pavement, and we're working on some roads and improving some roads that have been waiting for it for a long time. In other cities, Santa Barbara is in the middle of replacing the De La Guerra Bridge. That's a big multi-year, 2-year project. We're doing the same thing on Hollister. I think people sometimes forget that the Hollister Bridge replacement, and not just replacing it, but improving circulation at the same time with the 2 roundabouts. The value of that can't just be measured in what is coming out of our budget to do it. The value for the next 50 years, not just the next 5 years, the next 50 years, is almost immeasurable. So I agree with Councilmember Kasdan. I think this is a really good budget. I think we're meeting a lot of our priorities. The cost of doing the crib wall now versus doing a pay-as-you-go strategy, and maybe we have the money in 10 years to pay for it finally, and what would be the delta between the current cost and the future cost. I think we're making some good decisions here today, and I also want to compliment staff for their hard work on this across departments, but especially in finance and city manager's office. Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Okay.
This may take a while.
Okay.
Let's see, do we have the recommendation on the last slide? Because that'll make it a lot easier for me. Okay.
There it is.
Thank you. I'll move that we adopt resolution number 25 next in line entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adopting the 2-year budget plan for fiscal years 2025-2026 and 2026-2027 and 5-year capital improvement program, and adopt resolution number 25 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adopting the city's GAN limit for fiscal year 2025-2026, and adopt resolution number 25 entitled, next in line, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, adopting the City of Goleta Schedule of Authorized Positions, the City of Goleta Salary Schedule and Classification Plan, and adding new classification specification for fiscal year 2025-2026 and fiscal year 2026-2027.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. 5 minutes. Let's take a break. Okay, we'll bring this meeting back to order. Read the next item into the record.
Yes, that's item D2, Housing Priority for Goleta Residents and Employees, Implementation of Housing Element Subprogram, HE 2.2A.
Thank you. Who's going to kick this off?
That will be me.
Ms. Wells? Okay.
And good evening, Mayor and council members. This item is one of two housing element implementation items tonight.
Okay.
And this particular item is to better understand priority preferences for Goleta residents and employees regarding market rate housing of note. And I'm sure you're already very familiar with the existing below market rate local housing preference program that we have with in the Planning and Environmental Review Department in its own division that oversees that program. The market rate housing, extending that kind of program to market rate housing is a little trickier, and we will learn more about that this evening. Starting with the team, we have Andy Newkirk, supervising planner in advanced planning, and Molly Cunningham. She is here remotely, and she's an assistant planner also in advanced planning. And of course, Peter Imhoff, the Planning and Environmental Review Director. And then you might recognize Aaron Barker from BAE. And he also was our short-term vacation rental consultant. So he might look familiar to you. So the item is driven by our housing element, and the Planning Commission considered this item and the memo that's included in attachment 1 to your staff report on March 10th. And that memo was prepared by BAE and Veronica Tam and Associates. Veronica Tam was also our housing element consultant. And tonight, the consultant will review the memo recommendations, and staff, Andy Newkirk specifically, will describe on each slide staff's recommendation and our approach to the consultant report. And I think I'll just say it out right here that the consultant and staff supports not moving forward with the local preference for market rate units. And you'll get that rundown tonight. We did get a couple letters, or one letter. It was a Board of Realtors letter of support, so you can see that. That's online and possibly in your packet. We also have a project webpage under the Planning and Environmental Review Department link on cityofgoleta.org. You can get more information on the website, including like this meeting packets and other deliverables from the consultant team. The format of the meeting is what we typically do with a staff presentation, followed by council questions, and then public comment, and then your feedback on our recommendation tonight. So just by way of background, some of which I just talked about, so I'll just highlight that we adopted our housing element in 2023 and also received state HCD certification. And we're moving forward with implementing one of the programs in the housing element from HE 2.2A, which is the local preference that I just talked about. And with that, we'll just jump right into the BAE part of the presentation from Aaron Barker, who's right over there, and he'll run through the recommendations, and Andy Newkirk will kind of summarize where the staff's approach is on this.
Thank you. Now you are.
Now I am. Excellent. As Ann alluded to, we were hired by the City of Goleta to explore possible modifications to the city's existing local preference program. I think, as you all know, the City of Goleta currently does provide local preference for certain below market rate units. So below market rate units are typically defined as units that are have affordability covenants and are produced with city participation, whether that be through a density bonus, through the city's existing inclusionary policy, or some sort of development agreement. But notably, the existing local preference policy does not extend to market rate units. So we were very specifically and kind of narrowly tasked with exploring the extent to which the city might be able to expand the local preference policy to these units. Next slide. So, and we also, as Ann mentioned, work closely with Veronica Tam, who is very well versed in housing issues across the state of California. And in terms of after doing the research and looking through other jurisdictions that have explored this idea as well, we are recommending that you do continue enforcing your local preference policy as it applies to BMR units. But we would recommend not extending this policy to market rate units. You would likely be the first jurisdiction in California to do so, and it would be on fairly uncharted legal territory. And so we would sort of recommend not going that route, and I'll turn it back over to Andy.
Yeah, and to kind of echo Aaron's notes there, staff supports a recommendation to not move forward with a market rate program. For kind of those reasons, there's nothing really to learn from or to gain knowledge. There aren't examples of this elsewhere. And then there's the potential legal concerns about whether even a program would be legal under state and federal fair housing law. Kind of applying these preference policies is pretty narrowly prescribed in law, and so that would be a real question mark for any type of market rate preference program. And then also we wanted to flag kind of the administrative complexities. Kind of monitoring even just our affordable units is a significant task. Our below market rate units where there are deed restricted covenants, that's a significant work effort. So if we're now regulating market rate sales and rentals across the board, I mean, it would be almost an exponential administrative burden. And then also just the question of how we would ensure local preference on a market rate transaction. Where we have deed restricted units, there's a set price that markets go for, affordable to a certain level. So it's not even clear how such a program would be administered, and that goes back to where there's no examples to learn from.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Second recommendation. So while we weren't able to find evidence of jurisdictions in the state of California that had extended their local preference policy to market rate units, we do think that it is worth kind of keeping tabs on. It looked as though there was evidence of the county of Santa Barbara in one of their housing element programs. I believe it was 21. We're going to maybe explore expanding local preference to a certain income band of for sale projects. So I don't believe that program has necessarily been implemented yet, but it certainly speaks to the fact that there are sort of folks out there who are taking a look at this, and it might be worth it to sort of keep tabs on the extent to which those initiatives are and are not succeeding locally.
Yeah, and so staff's supportive of that approach. I mean, this really falls in line with the housing element program in itself, is to see what's happening out there, and if there's something kind of a way forward that is sound legally and not overburdensome, we could certainly we'll certainly try to learn from that as we move forward. And if there's something worth highlighting, that can be done in the future. But that would just be a tracking, see if there's anything in the future worth following up on. So staff supports that recommendation as well.
Okay, and the final recommendation is to monitor and support partners. So even though it does appear that government's hands are tied, so to speak, in terms of extending the preference to market rate units, I think just the concept of doing what one can to ensure that new housing opportunities are available for local workers and residents is certainly a noble goal. And there are instances of local NGOs and the Chamber of Commerce who are working to this end. One example, the Employee-Sponsored Housing Consortium, as well as the Chamber Workforce Housing Incentive Program. So these are, non-governmental actors that are sort of active in the space and sort of doing some of the very initiatives that were being considered here.
And again, staff is supportive of this recommendation. We were tracking, for example, what the Chamber's been looking to do. There's a a workshop at Direct Relief before we embarked on this. And staff attended that, to understand what's going on out there and if there's ways that the city can be supportive without kind of getting into those legal questionable areas. We think that would make sense.
So that concludes the staff recommendation, and I just wanted to leave you with the three staff there were three distinct ones that are in the staff report recommendations. One, not to move forward with the, or extend the local preference to market rate. The second one is to monitor other jurisdictions. And the third one is to monitor and support partners that incentivize these types of programs.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kasdan.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, so with respect to the marketplace that's listed, the workforce housing marketplace idea or something like that, what we want to see as much as we can is that if employers are able to find housing for workers close to the site of employment, there's a greater likelihood they'll be able to use alternative means of transportation. That means if they're within a mile, 2 mile, 3 mile, whatever, something like that, they can walk, bike, that there's less likelihood that we're going to see, lots of cars on the road and we have a congestion issue in a number of areas, soon to be expanded with future housing. This is a tool that we want to take advantage of. And there are, as you said, there are models out there, and the one I was familiar with, I know, is Trinity's Goleta Preferred Employer Program is one, but I'd like to see us explore, and this is one that Tobes Group uses and others, as much as we can to explore opportunities for us to have notification for that employers, that preferred employer one, they coordinate so that the employees of these various firms get some sort of discount. They get security deposit reduced or move-in, pet fees waived, other sorts of things. So if we build in or support or enable or coordinate something where there is greater likelihood that employers are going to be able to get first notice or incentives for their employees to find nearby housing, I'd like to encourage that. Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'll echo what my colleague just said. It's interesting. Goleta is still a city that's primarily, single-family homes, primarily home ownership, and it can be really difficult to get people that already live in Goleta, own a home in Goleta, to want to try and find ways to kind of make room for other folks. And usually the most persuasive argument in favor of housing for our workforce is that it's providing housing for people that grew up here and live here and want to be able to stay here, our children and grandchildren. And so in a way it's kind of frustrating that we have a recommendation that makes it kind of harder for people that already live here and work here to have some kind of preference that would allow them to get into the housing that they might need to stay. But I used to work with a lawyer, and he used to always say, you don't want to be the tall nail, because the tall nail gets the hammer. And I don't want to try making new law in the state of California for this at this time. So I'm inclined to agree with the memo and the recommendations here, and we'll keep trying to partner. As Councilmember Kasdan was saying, maybe there's opportunities for us to partner with other local organizations that are dedicated to doing this kind of work, and maybe we can try and find a way to put some money behind some of these efforts, or put some partnership behind some of these efforts, so that we can get more people to be able to to stay here that are in need of support. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I don't know if there's like the a brief explanation, because I know it can be hard to understand. Is staff able to explain in broad strokes sort of why the deed restricted housing is sort of, legally treated differently than, say, the market rate housing in looking at these issues?
Yeah, I can take an attempt at that, Councilmember Smith. So for the below market rate housing, we have an existing established framework and mechanism for how that how that housing is leased or sold. So there's a selection process that identifies qualified tenants or families to live in that housing, and we can easily build into that system a selection process that qualifies or weights a local housing preference. So and we can do that in a way that is representative of the entire community. So we have an established mechanism, and it's of course a much smaller pool of housing than the entire market for rental and for sale housing within the city. So it's a matter of scale as much as a matter of having an existing mechanism that allows us to do that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, in terms of just, looking at this too, I think, I know it's frustrating because, I think the question from the public comes up a lot about like, hey, why can't we do something like this? And it is an interesting tension because, I don't know if when initially fair housing laws were initially contemplated, the challenges that we have today, we still have fair housing challenges, no doubt. But we have other, different, the challenges today are just different. And so we need to still consider, I think, those rules. They're important. I mean, I think, you just think about communities where, we don't have a large African-American population in the city of Goleta. If we want to ensure that the African-American population has equal opportunity to market rate housing in Goleta, and that's an important value that we need to continue to protect. In any case, I think I would be supportive of the recommendations as stated, and I do think it does. We need to continue. To Councilmember Kiriako's point, we're actually getting to a point where we're about 50-50 in terms of home ownership and renters, and I think we just need to sort of continue to evaluate and consider various ways to tackle these affordability challenges. Anyways, thank you.
Mayor and Councilmember Smith, I wanted to just flag in the report, there is a smaller section that is on the kind of legalities and the U.S. Constitution, and maybe counterintuitive, but the affirmatively furthering fair housing obligates local jurisdictions to promote housing diversity and mobility, and a local preference policy can be considered by HCD as perpetuating the local demographics. And I won't go on, there's a few other paragraphs that have these explanations, but I think that kind of sums it up. And so that is the trick there. So I just wanted to flag that. It's a tough situation for everyone is basically what we know.
And I would just emphasize, in addition, that the practical issues are also really paramount, given the size of the rental market. We don't have a rental registry. We don't have a way of wrapping our arms around that entire system. And so, while we can support organizations, for example, that link employers with housing, we don't have the staff capacity to do that on our own. That's beyond our bandwidth and would take a very substantial dedication of resources for us to try to tackle.
You hit on something that, maybe further down the line we could look at as a rental registry. I know that city manager and myself met via Zoom with the mayor of Alameda and how their whole system is set up, and it was amazing. And you can start out slowly with a registry, and that's one way to, but I could go into that for a while, but I'm just really glad that this is coming to us now, and we're looking into it, because I think, you know, Goleta's always struggled with trying to be able to find affordable, and we want people to live where they, you know, where they work, and to retain good workers, because they need a place to live that they can afford. So I would support this. Do we have any public speakers? I guess we should have went there first.
If any member of the public on the Zoom webinar wishes to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none. Mayor.
Okay. All right. So are we looking for a motion on this one? Is that what are we doing?
Yes, Mayor, I think
Okay.
the city would be looking for the recommended.
Okay. Someone like to make that motion? I can't find it now.
I'll move.
Okay.
I'll move that we approve staff's approach to the development, economics, and affordable. Oh, wait, am I on the wrong? Did I already move on to the wrong item? Sorry. I had already moved on in my little folder. I will move that we accept the 3 recommendations of the Housing Priority Policy for Goleta residents and employees memo, including that the city not extend its local preference program to market rate units, since doing so is not supported by the memo, and focusing instead on city's local preference for below market units, monitoring other jurisdictions for new developments and local preference programs, and supporting partners that incentivize other local preference opportunities.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan,
Aye.
and Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. Okay. Keep going. All right. Please.
That'll be item D3, Affordable Housing Design, Implementation of Housing Element Subprogram HE 2.4G.
Ms. Wells?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's also my pleasure to introduce this second housing element implementation item for your consideration and feedback tonight. That this item and the last one in the short-term rental project, they're all kind of a culmination of a year's worth of work. And then this one is to better understand development economics and affordable by design concepts. And your team tonight is the same team from the previous item, myself and Andy and Molly, who's remote, and Peter Imhoff. And then we also, in addition to Aaron Barker, is Shannon Wages and Allison Lency, both from ESA, and they are also attending remotely if there's some technical questions that need to come up. And so tonight we'll be presenting a summary of the report that they prepared. Again, the item was driven by our housing element, which is to research affordable design principles and determine potential viability in the city. And the Planning Commission considered this item and the report at their meeting on March 10th. And since that time, we did add in another section to the report on micro units. So we will cover that in more detail tonight as well. And the report really covers the kind of constraints and the opportunities and includes recommendations that kind of foster affordability. And what we did as staff is we bundled the recommendations into categories. And so we'll be presenting those recommendations. The consultant will present those recommendations similar to the last item, and then Andy Newkirk will highlight our approach to kind of those bundles for you to consider. And the format of the meeting, same as the last one, so I won't go into that. We did get public comment, one that's in support of the staff recommendations, and another one that's part of this topic, but really focused on when we update our housing element and we talk about inclusionary again, that would be the better time to kind of reopen and look at inclusionary housing concepts. So the background, we adopted our housing element in 2023 and also received State Housing and Community Development, HCD, certification. And included in that was a sub-program HE 2.4G, Affordable Housing Design, and we are implementing that. Let's see. And again, we contracted with BAE. They worked with ESA this time. And the report that they produced is provided in attachment 1. So I'm going to turn the presentation over to Aaron Barker and Andy Newkirk, and they'll run you through the recommendations.
Great. Thanks, Ann. So as she mentioned, we were tasked with ESA to come up with a list of recommendations and strategies for furthering the concept of affordable housing by design. So this is about prioritizing affordability throughout the development process. It's sort of coming at this from two angles, if you were. So not only reducing the costs for developers on kind of the developer side, but also ensuring that those sort of cost savings trickle down to the end user, which would be the local resident. And so, conceptually just ensuring that housing is financially accessible, but at the same time not sacrificing quality, durability, or community integration. Okay, so in terms, as Anne alluded to, I think the recommendations here are kind of categorized and grouped according to sort of implementation approach. And so these are recommendations that would likely be best considered along with amendments to the general plan. Explore additional fee deferrals. So this would be for affordable or targeted desired housing types, extending fee deferrals to beyond the certificate of occupancy, providing those affordable housing developers with a little bit more breathing room when it comes to those fees. Again, for those targeted uses, looking at potential adjustments to impact fees where appropriate. Also looking at incentives for accessible multi-generational design. This could be related to wheelchair maneuverability. It could be related to wider doorways, for example, live-in caregivers. So these incentives could relate to a density bonus, for example. Again, a fee deferral, there's quite a range of possibilities here. And going along with that, inclusive design standards. So really making sure that the, those sort of forward-thinking, future-proofing, multi-generational design aspects are sort of embedded in the process. We also heard during stakeholder outreach that special needs housing, that there's kind of a disconnect between what sort of folks with developmental disabilities need in their housing unit and what developers are used to providing. So there is definitely an education component. We also, heard that making sure that housing models are, where appropriate, are providing on-site services. These could include, vocational training, mental health training, that kind of thing. And sort of always, looking at this as sort of an opportunity to learn and grow, and along with that, making sure that you're analyzing and collecting up-to-date data. I'll turn it back over to Andy.
Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, so staff kind of called this category consider with general plan, and really the idea is they kind of fold into some existing programs that we have. So they might be additive, though. It's not necessarily, they don't necessarily fit squarely within without any additional effort. But like an example of inclusive design standards, we have a design guidelines implementation, citywide design guidelines implementation action in our general plan. So that could be considered as part of that general plan implementation. And we also, in the housing element, have an action to look at our beneficial projects. So some of these, like fee deferrals or fee waivers, some of these could be added topics for consideration as part of that. So that's kind of how we saw these. They're not totally new, but they're not explicitly necessarily embedded in some other work effort. And so we kind of see implementation of these is, where kind of staffing and costs with considering staffing and cost implications, we would try to do these with kind of existing future efforts. And so we, at the time of that work effort, we would want to understand cost implications, but that we would kind of follow up and think about that at those times. And so that's how we kind of listed these. And then, as we noted in the staff report with this category and the next one, where we do have kind of successes, we could flag those as part of our annual progress report. So we wouldn't necessarily be reporting back, annually on this specific list, but where there's success and where we're getting things done, we could flag those as part of that annual progress report that goes before the Planning Commission and City Council on consent.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Another sort of category of recommendations involves improvements to procedures. So this could involve making sure that handouts that really kind of go into all the detail around.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Would you like us to wait to the end, or Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan has a question?
Defer to my.
Yeah,
Andy.
you want? I have.
I think
some
it's
concern.
how you want to handle the meeting. If you want to go slide by slide, then
Yeah,
Up to
we'll
you.
do that.
Sounds good.
Well, it's not. It's a general kind of observation or concern with sort of a lot of the list that you had there and the things that I see as ways of accomplishing goals like fee deferrals and incentives for multi-generational design and things like that, incentives for disability accessible housing. And I think I have a different assumptions for the housing market than I think you're relying on. And so let me be a little very pedantic and supply and demand, right? I'm going to talk about a supply curve. And with a supply curve, this is the supply curve going up here. And what happens is at this level, these are low-cost producers. So if we're producing, whether it's the classic is widgets, but in our case it's housing. And at this point, you don't need a high rent in order to generate the housing. The rent has to get higher and higher for us to get higher and higher levels. So at this level, they're able to generate housing very inexpensively. At this level, as we get further down this list, it becomes more expensive. And so for us, where we are, in a sense, is when we submitted our first housing element to the state. Basically, we were sending up infill housing. We were sending up the most expensive types of housing to develop. And that's why it hadn't been developed. It was expensive to develop those properties. And as such, the state rejected our initial submission, even though the numbers ostensibly were there. What they said was, they came back to us and said, we don't accept those properties, those infill properties that you have, those high-cost producers of housing. What we want to see are the low-cost producers. What we want to see is housing at this end that is a low-cost producer. We want you to rezone properties that are vacant land, and from people who are willing to do it, who acknowledge that the costs are low and they're willing to produce. And as accordingly, we have litigation from properties from people who are insisting on their ability to produce housing. There's nothing more profitable if you're an agricultural producer than to switch from one product to producing condos. That's the best ag product you can come up with. Those vacant lands are low-cost producers. And the point of all of this is that our housing element sites are not up here where they're on the knife's edge of profitability. They're low-cost producers here. We've added land that is cheaper to produce housing. And so they're not this isn't land in which it's a challenge in the same way for them to satisfy our goals of aggregate housing numbers. They want to produce, and they will produce the housing, assuming the markets stay, relatively consistent. So I guess my point with all of this is that for the housing element, we can actually have mandates. We can actually look to get affordable housing. And that's the other thing I wanted to mention. The idea that if we lower costs to housing producers, it trickles or automatically translates into lower rents for consumers is not true. Especially when we're down here. When we're in the lower levels, below the marginal producer, when we're at a point where they're able to produce housing, if we lower their costs, the only thing we're doing is giving the housing producers higher profits. The only thing that by all of these recommendations to generate lower costs, we're making them more profitable. We're not producing any affordable housing. If our goal is, and I thought that what we wanted to generate from all of this is housing that's going to be affordable for our workforce, housing and the community at large, to come up with ways through our process to ensure that this benefits our community. And so I want to see that the housing element things consider those factors, what we can do to the extent that they do have these profits. How can we ensure that we're going to get affordable housing out of it? And then when it comes, a lot of these recommendations are fabulous recommendations when it comes, if we want to do specific plans for some of those infill places. We talked at various points about putting additional floors on some of the housing, some of the businesses. Well, we're not getting there unless we come up with a variety of incentives to motivate that sort of action. So the infill where we only are able to generate, that's more expensive, we need to have the incentives. For the housing element stuff, these ag properties that have been desperate to develop these things for years, that isn't the case. And so what I'm hoping is that there needs to be a reconsideration of what we can do to generate affordable housing and not just concessions to developers. That's my comment for right now.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Reyes-Martin?
just to very quickly, you commented on category 1, which is
Broader.
Yes,
It was
okay.
just, I used that as an open door to comment more generally.
And I'm just flagging, I think we went to town on our housing element. We had to, because the state made us. And I think we would have anyway, because we have integrity when it comes to building housing and affordable housing as well. And so our kind of the combination of our housing element and everything that's in it and our rezoning was what the state accepted from the city as doing a lot to get as much housing as we could with programs, with rezones, with support, with removing constraints, with incentivizing and even incentivizing where theoretically we upwealth the landowner by rezoning from maybe a lower value land use type to residential that might be a higher value. And so I'm just flagging that
I'm familiar.
Yeah.
I'm aware that we did go through a housing element process.
Yeah. And that's what we're trying to do. And I said that at category 1 because like the housing element programs that we're talking about are, we're trying to push on those.
I understand we have a mandated report that we can agree to produce. I also see that this is in part an opportunity that we looked at to generate, whether it's affordable by design or other tools to produce housing. I mean, what stood out, and I know you're not proposing anything now, it stood out that we have discussions about how, not just deferring fees for developers, but to compensate them for inclusionary housing. It seemed like the whole stream of the tenor of the report is moving away from taking an opportunity to find affordable housing. And when I look at, we talked about Heritage Ridge as such an extraordinary success in some ways. How can we pursue the projects that we're most proud of that generate these affordable units, as opposed to where we get very little and have to pay for everything we have there, and we don't get affordable projects?
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to step in and say thank you for the comment, Mayor Pro Tem, and for bringing us back to the basics of the supply and demand economics. The reason why we have very high housing costs now is, or one major reason, is that we have constrained supply. We're limited on supply, and so, of course, with a given demand, that means our prices are going to be higher. Many of these measures, and I think what the BAA report underlines, is that there are a range of different possible policy approaches which effectively remove barriers to supply. So if we're doing some of the things that were listed in the last slide, we're lowering costs for developers, we're limiting constraints, then on balance, we should see more supply, and it can be produced at a lower price, therefore creating greater efficiencies, and you should have competition at the margin. So, and I know there's a lot to unpack in your comment, but I think what's important to understand is that all of the categories of strategies that BAE considered were in essence designed to open up supply at the margin. So that's what we're trying to do, and I think it'd be good to listen to the rest of the categories and think about it through that lens, that there are different ways to approach this.
I just can't tell you it's wrong. Well, that is not accurate economically to say that simply because we lower their costs, it translates into lower rents. We went through and did, and I'm not going to belabor it. I'm not going to just sit and argue with you. It's not productive, obviously. But we rezoned properties in order to produce more aggregate housing. And when we did that, we chose housing that's specifically targeted for that which is going to be the most efficient and low cost to produce. Those are the ones who acknowledge they would benefit by producing that housing. And they have the fewest obstacles. Anyway, the point is adding other sort of cost reductions is not going to change the supply of housing. It's not going to reduce the rents for consumers. It's only going to make those property owners more wealthy.
Indeed, and that's the case with greenfield development as well, where price is still set at the margin. So in the case where we rezone a greenfield for housing, there's a huge windfall to the property owner that can now, they're not going to lower their price for market rate units either. And that's really the category of housing we're talking about. If we're any housing other than deed restricted below market rate housing, where we set the price, will be set by the market. So I think it will be good to get into this in more detail as we hear the other categories and think about it in that
My
context.
point is that we have tools. We have tools that we have to acknowledge. Now, we have, and I'll stop after this, but our tools include as we know, we have the tools associated with subsidizing things. We're going to have very limited opportunities. We're not going to have a lot of money to subsidize properties. There's a regulatory approach in terms of inclusionary housing. That's clearly one that is subject to a lot of controversy and additional discussion. And then we have mandates of some sort or another that we can, and this gets, the premise that I have with the micro units, for instance. But if we want, for instance, this goes to why I was prompted here, if we want to have multi-generational housing or something or other sorts of elements in there, we can just specify it as part of the process that they need to include that. We don't have to, there's enough room for us to do that. Anyway, I'll stop.
Okay. Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. Obviously, housing is a big challenge. If it was an easy solution, there wouldn't be a diversity of opinions and a lot of debate. So I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's passion about the subject. I actually wanted to share my support and appreciation for a couple of things in particular on this list, and share a little bit about why. The multi-generational design. In my conversations with Goleta residents, especially those who have lived here in the community for many years, and for example, want to downsize but continue to live in the community, they can't afford to because their house that is, paid off, they might be able to, use that cash to buy a property, but they can't afford property taxes or something like that. So they're increasingly looking for options that have multi-generational design so that they can live with a family member or their children. It's a way for their children to be able to live and stay in the community. So I appreciate seeing that on this list. And in particular, I want to emphasize my support for really anything we can do to encourage design and housing that supports special needs or those with disabilities. I have heard firsthand from Goleta families who have struggled so immensely to find housing in this community for children with disabilities or children with special needs, especially renters. So anything that we can do to encourage or incentivize that, I strongly support. Those are Goleta residents that I have heard from and heard their stories, and it's quite hard, in this very tight housing market for them to be competing for, rental properties or even, for sale properties with some of the specific needs that they have has been incredibly challenging, and they want to be able to stay and thrive in this community. So I appreciate all the work and the research that has gone into this. Again, this is a very challenging topic. If there was, a silver bullet, we wouldn't be a challenge. So there's a lot of different opinions about how to, do the best we can for the community and for the residents. And so I wanted to express my appreciation for what we've heard so far, and those two in particular that I think are really important.
Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to echo the comments of Councilmember Reyes-Martin, and I also appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's passion for this issue. I think what we're ultimately trying to do is have a diversity of housing options so that we can maintain a diverse community and do so in a way where we also maintain the livability and beauty and special sense of place that we have in this community. And if it would, to the council member's point, if it was easy, everybody would do it. I'd also say that if being a developer was an easy, low-risk business and you just make windfall profits, there'd probably be a lot more developers than there actually are. I've talked to a lot of developers about a lot of properties over a lot of years. Oh, what if I was thinking about doing something here and then they walk away? Like, developers walk away from opportunities every day because it just doesn't make sense for them financially, because money costs money, because most developers don't just have $30, $50, $100 million sitting in a bank account somewhere that they can just pull out, that they've been earning savings interest on. Interest rates are high. Money costs a lot of money to have to develop housing. And between that, then you factor in water. Not a lot of housing has been built in this community for a long time, except in Goleta, where we've actually built a lot of the workforce housing for this community for a lot of years. So, I think more than one thing can be true at the same time. I'd also say that if we're going to talk about infill housing and say that that's really the right approach, I think we have to be able to stand behind that. And what does it mean to stand behind infill housing? Well, it might mean there's an infill site that's on a transportation corridor that we might be partial to, or we might have positive emotional feelings towards. And sometimes we have to make hard decisions. If we're going to have an infill strategy, have an infill strategy. If we're going to have a pave over the lowest cost land strategy, then have that. But we should be intentional with our strategy and follow through when we do have it. And I guess the last thing I'll say, and it's not on the list on this page, but I think, one way to kind of get at the conundrum that Mayor Pro Tem was talking about in terms of infill development that is not necessarily high cost would be adaptive reuse. And so I do think going forward, we need to have a really clear strategy for how are we going to make it easier to have buildings that learn, buildings that evolve, buildings that change. We've got a post office that's now a restaurant. We got an aircraft hangar that's a market, a very beloved market, Santa Cruz Market. Buildings can learn, buildings can change, and we ought to be looking for opportunities where it makes sense, not everywhere, but Hollister, in certain parts of Hollister, Old Town in particular, we should be making sure that if somebody wants to take, something that's been offices, and they want to put some housing close to markets and close to shopping and close to the bus, we should be trying to make that easier. And that doesn't necessarily require a fee waiver or something like that, but we should be looking at what are the things that could make it so someone would be willing to risk their capital, would be willing to risk their energy, would be willing to risk their time, and almost as importantly, willing to risk that opportunity cost of not doing something somewhere else to do that kind of development. So I guess that's just what I'll say, but I really appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's passion. It's hard to see our last open spaces and ag lands paved over. There's a property right by where we're building a roundabout that's lemons and avocado trees for like 60 acres, and that's going to likely become housing in the county. And do we want to have farming still in this community? Do we want to have properties that still yield some of the same products that made this community what it is? We talk about Stowe House and Fiesta Ranchera and all of that. I mean, there's a reason lemons and that kind of agriculture is really special in this community, and there should be a place for it. So I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem's passion about trying to not build the wrong things in the wrong places. But I think we also have to be willing to build the right things or adapt the right things in the right places too. Thank you.
Well, I won't go on very long, but I remember when we first started talking about the housing element, and people were just so upset about the thought of changing the character of Goleta. And over the years, I've not seen a lot of development that caters to affordability and low income. They're affordable by design, which were the apartments. I remember everybody calling them affordable by design, but they weren't affordable. They weren't affordable. So I understand. I was pretty vocal about just saying this isn't going to work. The intentions are good. The governor means well. He thinks this is going to work, but it's kind of a cookie cutter approach, and it's just not going to work for all the cities. So I'm personally struggling with how we've got it. It's what we have, and we have to deal with it. How do we make it work now? So I'm interested in figuring out a way that we can make it work. And I will agree with Councilmember Reyes-Martin about the special needs housing that's really needed. And what was the other one you said? The multi-generational, our next door neighbors, and it was interesting because at first we were like, oh no, they're going to build up because they want to move their father in. It's an ADU. And it's turning out lovely, and they're lovely people, and they have a new baby, and that's what it's about. It's an ADU for the father. So it's people just have to adjust. So, yeah, should we move on, or we should just move on to the next slide, I guess?
I just had a kind of larger process question in terms of sort of how much, I guess I'm a little unclear about what staff is seeking from council tonight versus in the future. Because I'm just looking at this language, and like when I see things like incentives, and I just adopted a 2-year budget that I'm assuming didn't have any, at least financial incentives. I guess I'm just trying to understand what sort of feedback you're seeking now versus feedback in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember. What we did on the bottom of each slide, it kind of summarizes what we have in the staff report, but it makes it a little bit more clear on the 5 categories of recommendations, what staff is suggesting that we do. And if you so far, and what you'll see is we're not recommending making any kind of hard and fast, taking any action that would drive up kind of cost and staffing needs. And some of the reason why, and that's why we made these categories, is because we have a lot of programs that are already tackling this topic, which is why when I responded to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, that like our housing element kind of tries to get at so many of these topics so that we can implement them, and is focusing on implementing either the general plan requirements or other programs that are already underway at the city to see if we can make some headway while we're doing all of the other work, and then folding in where we can as we implement programs, maybe a little bit more on multi-generational design, like when we do objective design standards, for example. Some things like that, and that's where we're at. So they're really soft recommendations for your consideration, and if you support us with a recommendation at the end, that's great. If you want to expand something or be more directive about an item, or say don't even do that one, that's what we want to hear from you.
That's helpful. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So just real quick, since let's see, so Councilmember Reyes-Martin, you kind of put in a plug for incentives for accessible multi-generational design, and it was, what was the other one? Developer.
Disability.
Special needs and disability. I'll put in a plug for 4.2.I, integrated housing models with on-site services. We've already done this a little bit with our childcare housing ordinance, putting in some incentives for people to do that as an accessory use with other development. But I think that's something that we could look at doing more of with other types of services. So that would be one I would want to see considered with the general plan.
Councilmember Smith, did you have more? Okay. Okay, I think we can move on.
Okay. So in terms of the next sort of category of recommendations that we're going to go through this evening, these reference procedural improvements. And I just want to stress that we're not sort of picking these out of thin air, that these are really sort of grounded in discussions with local housing practitioners and developers who have experience kind of in the local market, and were willing to kind of provide their insights into the local development context. So, one thing that we heard was that the city's pre-application review can be a little confusing, so we had recommended kind of a step-by-step brochure that could be maybe hyperlinked on the website. We also heard that plan check review, there can be delays, especially on the projects that are discretionary. So really doing what we can to sort of make sure that those are being processed in a timely manner. Agency collaboration. So clearly this isn't the only kind of jurisdiction entity that's involved in processing applications. You've got your school district, et cetera. So making sure that everyone's on the same page with respect to processing and target goals. We would also recommend, just to make sure that your fees are kind of aligned with local market conditions. If you don't already have kind of a built-in cost escalator, that you're making sure that you're updating fees related to a Nexus study, for example, at a certain cadence, for example, every 5 years. There were a couple of questions regarding kind of clarification around inclusionary regulations related to offsite. So we were recommending some, just additional narrative surrounding what means, for example, equal value, equal character, and then certainly parking is a huge cost in many jurisdictions. So we would recommend really being sort of open to ministerial review of parking reductions where appropriate.
And so similar to that first category, staff is kind of at a high level supportive of moving forward with these recommendations, but kind of in consideration of like annual work program, like something like an update to a Nexus study would be actually a fair amount of work.
Yeah.
So, we think it's good to keep that in mind as we move forward. And like that one is really to make sure that like our in lieu fee for like inclusionary is commensurate with the burden to develop, so that we're not kind of incentivizing people to seek out the in lieu rather than provide the units, right? That we're keeping up with that. We do have a kind of like a inflation adjustment, but there could be like bigger changes in those calculations. So something like that. Some of the other ones on this list might be pretty straightforward, like a little cleanup to the zoning code to clarify a term. That could be like in a cleanup round of Title 17 amendments that we often see. So kind of the effort level on some of these are variable, and so that's why we want to say that we're supportive of moving forward with them, but kind of keeping in mind that some might be pretty straightforward, some might be something bigger that would have to be part of, a future budgeting conversation potentially even. So that's staff's approach on this category.
Councilmember Kasdan?
I think Ms. Smith.
Oh, no,
I particularly want to highlight that ministerial review of parking reductions, that before we consider something like that, we need a broader parking analysis, a heat map or something like that. We can't just on an ad hoc basis waive parking requirements because developers are interested in it without sort of an awareness or an understanding of what the impacts are going to be for the neighborhood and the city streets and the surrounding areas. So that it's just, there's got to be a process of understanding the impacts before we sort of take it on a housing project by housing project basis. That's it.
And just to clarify on that one, to Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan's point, any change like that would be a legislative action. So we're not suggesting that like staff would move forward, tomorrow or anything to kind of change how we did those parking reductions. So just to be clear on that would anything related to a change in how we treat those parking reductions would be legislative.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
I wanted to say I completely agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan on the parking. And so then a question to staff, then what do you mean by ministerial review?
So Councilmember Reyes-Martin, in the parking chapter of our zoning code, there's a set of a few parking reductions listed. One of them is kind of this amorphous other reductions with discretionary approval. And so the kind of question is like, could we tease out something to provide clarity as to, because when you have a discretionary approval, it's uncertain until the entitlement, right? So until it goes to like planning commission or city council, it's not a given that that reduction or waiver, whatever it might be, will be even approved. So there's jeopardy added to the process for the applicant, right? And so are there ways that we could highlight certain reductions that are kind of clear and agreed upon, and so then staff could apply such a reduction like through the normal course of case processing, rather than as this lingering question as part of the final approval. So the idea would be to give that kind of assurance that you could get the reduction rather than kind of making the case for the final approval.
Councilmember Carriaco? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor and Councilmember Reyes Martin, I wanted to touch on parking, and maybe there'll be some groans, but I didn't want to skip over parking because, and you'll hear in another category more discussions about parking as a, as an impediment, and to remove it allows for more affordable by design principles to take over, and it benefits affordable design. And so I thought maybe Aaron could talk a little bit more about that and some of the things that we learned, and also, just not to forget that the state is increasing their authority as it comes to our regulatory powers as regarding parking. And, we've gone to the Planning Commission and to the City Council at least a couple times on reducing parking, because that is what we promised HCD that we would do, and we, generally speaking, have not much reduced our parking requirements, but it's coming in developments, and heat map or no heat map, we're gonna feel the effects of it from our neighbors in the city potentially, and I just wanted to have this real conversation about parking. But when it comes to parking and affordable by design, I think, if there's not a time, this is the time to kind of hear some points from Aaron Barker. Not that we have to agree with them or do anything with them, because we're not recommending that we go and do anything about them right now. But it is good information to have and to hear, even if it's a little bit hard to hear.
Okay. Please go ahead.
And so I'm sorry, what's the specific question?
I was thinking, you've kind of schooled us up a bit on like the size of parking spaces, and the ingress and egress, and what that totals in a development, and then how that drives up price, and maybe.
And I think we want to keep this pretty high level, because
Okay.
this really is kind of a categorization of different possible techniques that we could pursue.
Okay.
And as Ms. Wells emphasized, we're not committing to anything now. What BAE's study really was a way of canvassing all the different possible policy approaches to achieving affordability by design. So this is really just much higher level at this point, and we don't want to go too deep
Okay.
into any one topic.
My bad. I learned a lot, and you can learn too by just looking at the report, or we can talk about it at a different time. He's right, it is getting into the weeds.
Okay, we're moving on to the next slide. I'm
Great.
thinking. Yes.
And-
Okay. Councilmember Carriaco.
Thank you. I was about to go, but then
There was
we
a
had
lot
to-
of names, but they don't.
Yeah. So guess what I want to talk about? Minimum parking. So, I think between Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Reyes Martin, I think a lot of it got covered in terms of my thoughts generally. But I do have a question perhaps for Peter or Ann. If you were to take in relation to the housing element and the newer sites, how many of those would you say are looking to exercise state density bonus law as part of their path to a project?
Mayor and Councilmember Carriaco, we're still at the very early stages of receiving applications. We have really only received mostly planner consultation applications. My sense is that at least half of projects are looking to utilize state density bonus, but it's hard to say at this point.
And then my follow-up question, and I promise there's a good nexus to this. Given that we have an inclusionary housing policy that is a fairly strong one, and probably the strongest one in our county in terms of requiring affordability, doesn't it, from a financial perspective, doesn't it make sense for a lot of developers to want to use state density bonus law as a way to satisfy the inclusionary or some of the inclusionary while getting something for it?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the brevity of that response. So, so now the comment, whether we like minimum, whether we like parking reductions or don't like parking reductions, they're coming. In a lot of the cases, they're probably coming. So I think we need to start adjusting ourselves to that reality, I don't particularly care for just a blanket approach to it. And I certainly don't like spot zoning for parking reductions. I really don't like spot zoning, doing it just kind of piecemeal project by project. So one thing I would be interested in is there a way for us to try and, when we look at ministerial review of parking reductions, can we look at it from the standpoint of, if we had to have it, where would it make the most sense? Where, you know, it's in an urban area, not in a neighborhood, you know, not in a more rural area, but in more like areas that have already got a development footprint, and look at maybe trying to have it, there be a policy that would satisfy the state in those areas, and maybe not look at minimum parking reductions in, I don't know, more single-family areas and other areas of the city that we want to maintain the way they are.
Yes, that's something we could study, and again, as Ms. Wells and Mr. Newkirk emphasized, this is something that we would have to study in a fair amount of depth to move forward.
I would appreciate that, and I really want to highlight something the mayor said. You know, the governor's trying to do their best. They've been kind of sold a bill of goods of this is the way to solve the housing crisis, and you know, I think people sometimes forget that the state legislature has to legislate for the entire state, but there's really like 8 Californias. Like, there are just distinct regions with very different economics and very different market forces and very different access to resources and very different costs of dirt on an per acre basis. And they're trying to come up with solutions that work for, you know, Fresno and San Francisco and Eureka and these other areas and other distinct regions of the state. And the Central Coast is very different than a lot of these regions. And it's going to be really hard for us to satisfy what the state is asking of us with the region we have and the market dynamics we have. But I do think it's also important that we look for opportunities for good faith efforts to try and not necessarily meet them halfway, but meet them a little bit of the way. And so I look at a minimum parking reduction in certain places as maybe a way, if like we were able to say, hey, yeah, we're doing that in these places that you say we should be concentrating development anyway. They keep saying that they want to incentivize development on transit corridors. They keep saying they want to incentivize infill development. Those places, I'm more willing to look at minimum parking holistically, not in a spot zoning kind of way, than I would be in other parts of Goleta that are already basically built out single-family neighborhoods where it just makes no sense when we're already doing ADUs essentially by right and, you know, SB 9, right? So, like, our single-family neighborhoods can only take so much change, and I'd rather try and kind of move the ball and say, state, look over here. Like, look at what we're doing over
Councilmember
here.
Kiriakou, we take the point, and it's a good one, and in fact, that's the direction that state law or certain state laws are going in anyway, that would reduce parking requirements along major transit corridors. So, point well taken, and we'll take that to heart.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse there, but even when we talk about major transit corridors or more developed areas, those are often the areas that have the most dense parking issues already. And so we want to be cognizant of, you know, what are the impacts of our proposal on a neighborhood, and to understand that ahead of time. With this, the number 3 that you have up there, I want to highlight one thing there. And I guess this is to encourage for, you know, as you go forward thinking this through, one of the items that you have, the 4.3, my computer just, there we go. J, that's tailor open space standards for mixed use and infill. And again, you know, to emphasize my point again, to me, there's a major difference between the housing that is the infill, as I would describe it, the higher cost producers, versus the open space, the agricultural lands, which are in essence the low cost. And what's good here is that you are making that distinction. And when we have incentives for the infill, we're bringing new housing on the market. We're adding housing. When we come in with these incentives, lowering costs on the housing element sites, the vacant land and so forth, we're just lowering the cost for the producers and, for the owners, and we're not bringing new housing on the site, and it's not going to generate lower rents as a result.
Mayor Pro Tem, that's a really good point, and I think the big picture takeaway here is that all of these categories that BAA looked at, whether it's reducing parking requirements, reducing open space requirements, are essentially an effort to reduce the cost of production of housing. So the question comes down to the one you're raising, Mayor Pro Tem, will that be passed through? Will that ultimately reduce the cost of housing? The BAE study suggests that it would, but we understand that you have a different view on that.
Well, not all housing is the same, is my point. And just treating housing as one homogeneous entity is not, and saying if we lower costs, the consequence is the same, is not a good way to look at it. And so what I'm urging is to think about these things in terms of that they're not homogeneous and there's different types. The housing comes in different categories in essence. And to focus what is going to be the impact for category 1 versus category 2.
Councilmember Smith.
Sorry, I was a little unclear if we were on with
We're on
looking at
3.
2 or 3.
We're on 3, aren't we? 2?
Yeah, let's move on to 3 if we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, I think we could move on.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Andy, I don't know if you want to bring up why this says 2027, or I can launch in and you can go later. Okay, so here are some sort of recommendations that that were included in the report and that staff is recommending might be a little bit of a longer term play. So the first one is adopting an above base density program. This would, in essence, allow inclusionary units to be counted as part of an above base density bonus. So for example, if you allow 20 units per acre, your inclusionary requirement is 20%, that your effective sort of max density then is 24 units per acre. A lot of cities actually do this. We'd also recommend increasing heights in targeted areas, so making sure that sort of building heights are physically commensurate with the density. This also sort of ties into the next recommendation for increasing lot coverage requirements to support feasible density, so helping ensure that at the very least developments are built to the maximum density to which they're zoned, and that development standards like lot coverage aren't sort of inhibiting to that end. Tailoring open space standards for mixed use and infill. So this would be, for example, allowing a rooftop garden, open space standards as well. And then getting back to the parking, eliminating parking minimums for certain units. So this could be anything from an affordable unit that is a BMR unit as part of one of your a density bonus or inclusionary program requirement, or even sort of a micro unit or studio.
Thanks, Aaron. And so staff's kind of approach, these are some kind of bigger ticket development standard items. We understand that might cause more consternation for council and for the public. And so we don't recommend moving forward with these at this moment. Some of them even would require general plan amendments. Some of our development standards are actually in our land use element. And the reason we said consider in 2027 is we have a program in our housing element that's pretty common in housing elements, is you do a halfway look in to see how you're doing. And if you're kind of not kind of meeting your goals, you kind of maybe say, okay, what else could we do? And so we think that these are kind of conversation starters that we could be looking at, we could use in 2027 to say, okay, like we're not getting what we're kind of tasked with, by year. And so what more could we do? And so, some of these, to some of the earlier points, could support kind of more infill, looking at like how we deal with open space. One of the conversations we've had a few times is whether rooftops could count as open space. So like in a adaptive reuse where you don't really have the land to have open space on site, new open space on site, roofs could be valuable. But that really hasn't been something we've done. We actually recently reduced the requirement for the open space on those kind of mixed use sites that could benefit adaptive reuse. But those kind of, trying to think about those kind of things, we think could have some real value. And even the height thing, obviously, that would be a sensitive topic. But if you look at the report, it's like maybe close to major transit, like kind of again that targeting a little bit, different topic than parking, but like maybe if you're going to do something, have it be a little more nuanced and targeted to certain locations. So again, we're not suggesting we move forward with these now, and really even in 2027, we look to see how we're doing, where are we with housing projects in the pipeline? Are we seeing things move forward and progress? If not, maybe we reconsider and how we can facilitate that more.
And I'd like to add a major caveat. Although all of these are intended to essentially further additional housing, if there were any one of these categories that required an amendment of our housing element, then we should move it to category 4 and wait until we update our housing element in the next cycle. So that would happen with consultation with HCD, but we really don't want to have to go back and revisit our housing element prematurely. So that's just a major caveat to these categories, and the boundary between category 3 and 4 may be fluid.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes, thank you. It's helpful to have that clarification in terms of sort of the future lens here. I will say in terms of the height limit question, we do as a community have a visual element to our housing plan that needs to be considered, and I know staff is aware of council comments on that and view corridors. So I know that's an important issue to our community. We do have the mountains that makes our region different from other communities. So I think we would need to tread carefully there.
And I'll just say that when I initially read this, and before I saw staff does not recommend implementing this at this time, I was just like, oh my gosh, open space and flexibility with meeting open space standards. It's something that's really, we have a lot of creeks and setbacks and ESHAs, and it's something that's so important to this community. I just can't imagine, but, I'm glad that we're just putting it out there and, looking at it in the future, hopefully not having to look at it in the future. Thank you. Okay.
And then in terms of this next round of recommendations, I think to the earlier point that these would require an amendment to the existing housing element. So, these are really about making sure that the existing inclusionary requirement is indeed financially feasible. So perhaps if warranted, making sure that there was more flexibility in terms of whether units could be, or a fee could be provided in lieu of providing the unit on site, recognizing the sort of the foregone revenue associated with covenanted units in terms of their affordability requirements at moderate, very low, and extremely low, et cetera, and sort of recognizing the hit that sort of makes to the overall ability for that project to pencil. And so we would, this was sort of something we heard as we spoke to developers that, and, alluded to earlier that the inclusionary threshold is one of the highest in the county. So just making sure that there is sort of care paid to financial feasibility.
And so this topic, obviously, in the inclusionary, and I think at least one council member has mentioned, this is one of our few tools, right, that we actually can impose. So it's obviously a sensitive subject. And so, our recommendation is to consider looking at this with the next housing element, and that could be, and so we're not even saying definitely redo these things, but like when we scoped out the next housing element project, we could include something about doing our own, in-depth analysis and kind of reconsider if needed. But that could be a decision, that we, it's just something we'll flag for that scoping of the project for that next housing cycle, which feels a long ways away, but we know it's going to come sooner than we'd like. So that's kind of our thoughts on that, because the report did include some analysis where, the loss, the kind of the financial hit you take, like on a for sale unit, considering our market for like an extremely low or very low unit, is significant. So we think it is worth flagging for kind of consideration when we scope that out, if we want to kind of do a deeper dive on those inclusionary standards.
Councilmember Kasdan?
Yeah, I'm curious are you guys getting new information or sentiments from HCD where the production of housing that's affordable, according to those categories, is no longer something they're really going to hold cities responsible for, that they're really just going to be focusing on aggregate numbers of houses? Because obviously, throwing out every tool that we have to get affordable housing, it leads to us not accomplishing that.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, no, we're not getting that sense from HCD, and in fact, there are legal requirements that require us to stay on pace SB 35 at the top of the list. So we do have to meet our affordable requirements.
So I would think we'd be sort of desperately searching for tools that'll help us find affordable housing, as opposed to searching for ways to, I know this is a future housing element, but only mandate affordable housing where subsidies exist. I just don't, if we're assuming will in the future, there'll no longer be a desire for housing that's affordable, then sure, these make sense. But if we actually want to generate affordable housing, I can't see how these fit into anything.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the main tool that we have to achieve the affordable targets is, of course, our inclusionary housing program. And these are supplemental to that. So the idea of affordability by design is something that we were tasked by the council to look at. And that's why we undertook this kind of broad canvas of all possible different approaches that could get you to more affordable units simply by the way you designed the units themselves or the way you designed the requirements including process requirements surrounding those units.
And the assumption you have is lowering the cost is simply going to automatically translate into lower rents?
I'll let BAE speak to that, but I think that is a core assumption that yes, that these things would reduce costs overall of unit production so that in the competitive marketplace, those market rate units could be sold for less than another competing unit. But I'll let our staff and BAE speak to that.
Yeah, I do think that you can't compel a developer to build. They have, thresholds that they need to meet financially for raising capital. And if they're not able to meet those targets, they won't build anything. So that is something that we look at, and we run pro forma models day in and day out and are very sort of attuned to these.
You recognize the difference I raised, by the way, with respect to the, housing element, the vacant agricultural sites with willing developers versus infill as far as high-cost, low-cost producers, right? You get the difference?
Well, in terms of like housing typologies, yes, if you translate those into, let's say, a garden-style multifamily project, which I assume would be on a agricultural piece of land, that's going to be less to build on a per square foot basis than something that is infill podium construction.
Right, and I guess, so what I'm saying is when you think about, keep that in mind as you go forward, that there are differences in the types of incentives that are needed and the consequences it's going to have on market prices. All right.
Councilmember Smith.
I share Councilmember Kasdan's caution as it relates to our inclusionary policy, knowing our homelessness challenges and the need for the deed restricted, very low units, and it being sort of one of the tools to create those deed restricted affordable units. And our, the previous housing element showed that we, we didn't meet our targets on that. And so we're able to apply that policy now on the rental side, and so we'll get to see more of it play out. I would be inclined to tread carefully. Could because I think I was looking at the report, and there was like a suggestion of, go to like 1% for the low and very low. But when all the data that we're seeing is that those are the units that we actually need the most. So even if the overall percentages are debated or legal issues change in the current cycle that force us to consider otherwise, I think we would really need to tread carefully there. There could be maybe some future analysis about the for sale versus rental, but at least sort of knowing where we're at with deed restricted, very low income housing and our homelessness challenges, I think we would need to tread quite carefully there.
Okay, Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
I again want to just thank staff for doing the research to present this information to us. I sincerely hope that when we find ourselves in 2027 and in preparing for the next housing element, that we don't need to go to these options and that we are making adequate progress. I also think in many ways it's premature to have too much consternation about these, because we will have a new governor and we will have in many ways a new legislature with a lot of folks terming out in the next several years. So it's hard to tell, will this push that we've seen for the last several years continue? Will there be some adjustment? So I appreciate the information and the things to think about and consider. I hope we don't have to, get to this, and we'll just have to wait and see how this continues over the next few years.
Councilmember Carriaco.
A lot's been said, so I won't repeat it. I guess one thing that I don't see on the list that I'm curious about in terms of if we're trying to get to a place where you can have affordability by design or affordability by the cost of construction and lowering different costs, what role should modular housing in the right places play? The cost, particularly I'd say for multifamily housing with modular, is a lot less, and your time to construction is faster. So, if we could get to a place where we have sort of a set it and forget it, this is how you can do modular, these are the parts of town that make sense for modular, that we would allow it. Maybe that's a possibility for starting to try and make some progress here. The quality of modular construction has improved greatly. I think the university is doing it for some of their newer housing. They're literally just shipping it in, and so that's allowing them to meet their long ago agreed to and finally beginning to comply approach to housing, is like they're using modular housing to make up for lost time. So that's just something I think we ought to consider going forward. And I agree, consider with general plan, not just go do it, but consider with general plan.
Councilmember Kyriakou. So we didn't flag the language, but 4.2D actually calls out modular construction and energy efficiency designs as kind of development styles that we may, like under that category, may look to kind of incentivize through looking at fees. So that was flagged in the recommendations.
I would also note that there's nothing that prevents modular housing now as long as it meets building code requirements.
But I mean, if we're talking about incentives or trying to make it easier, but your point's well taken. I'm sorry I missed it. I didn't catch it.
Councilman Kazin?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. We can go on.
Okay. And do you want me to read these, Andy, or do you?
I'll go
okay.
through. So there's a couple that we don't think we weren't supportive of at any point. Now we're in the future. One had to do with kind of looking at how we price BMR units, whether it's by bedroom or actual size, and we want to keep with that bedroom methodology. And then there was a suggestion to clarify like our code language about fractional units. This is where, you know, under inclusionary, you have to provide like 0.18 very low units, and you know how you kind of, because we need whole units, so how you kind of swap between the fractions, and we think the current language works. So there's just two that we just thought straight away, like we just want to kind of clear from the deck of consideration.
No questions? Okay.
Okay. And you know, one design sort of, not, I wouldn't call it a principle, but sort of a design solution that has been posited as sort of one approach to expanding affordability are micro units. So we sort of looked at various cities across the country that have encouraged micro units and looked a little bit into you know, development cost as well as cost to rent on the consumer side. I think we found a lot of really interesting information. In terms of pros, certainly there is a lower development cost when expressed as a per unit cost. This doesn't necessarily translate into lower costs on a per square foot basis, but you are able to get more, obviously, units on a given lot, so helping obviously meet RHNA targets, as well as sort of higher density. In terms of cons, we found that, you know, they tended to be quite successful in very urban environments, such as you know, downtown Seattle and San Francisco. They're untested, frankly, in more suburban, less sort of urban intense locations. And certainly the size limits the sort of the audience to you know, a single person, not necessarily a 2, 3, 4 person family. So while we didn't necessarily run pro forma analysis, we did sort of look at you know, how studios, for example, in newly constructed apartments locally are priced. And we found that studios are, they're not, you know, developers are not opting to build studios in sort of a meaningful quantity, that they're, you know, they tend to be kind of a very small share of new units, if anything. And so, you know, that kind of was led us to having sort of a limited sample in terms of metrics, but we did sort of find that you know, studios on average in the city are going for about $3,200 per month, and these sort of an average of about 580 square feet. So certainly, if that same unit were to be 350 square feet, it would be less than, you know, $3,800, and so that could potentially be affordable for a single person household, perhaps making somewhere between $80,000 and $100,000 a year. But you know, that doesn't necessarily hit those other affordability targets that we've been talking about with respect to sort of low and very low. So that was kind of the lit review that we embarked on related to micro units in the city of Goleta.
Yeah, and so the report doesn't have any recommendations specific to micro units, and so staff's supportive of that for some of the reasons. There are, you know, some pros, but there's also kind of cons associated. So didn't see the particular need to focus on this typology. We looked at, like, the example, there's a recent project approved in Santa Barbara with micro units, but the micro unit portion of that project, the density was over 100 units per acre. Lot coverage was like 100%, and it was 4 stories. So, like, when you look at, like, the kind of the development associated with a project like that, it's, you know, kind of pretty different than what we have. And then we also just flagged that we do have a small scale unit, a small incentive, where units of 500 square feet or less count for 3/4 of a unit for density. So you could get 4 instead of 3 essentially. So you could get a little bit of added development potential. And we also have other types of residential uses that we allow in the city, like single room occupancy, group residential, and so there are some other allowances that we have embedded in our code right now. So that's the approach we took on that.
Councilor Keston?
Yeah. So first, is there a need? The report sort of cavalierly speculates that there's not a need in the city. And I want to point out that of our student population, we have almost 2,000 students, UCSB students in the city of Goleta here. Our point-in-time count, so that's 2,000 right there. The point-in-time count for our homeless population went up this year from 148 to 217. Of that number, about 30% or so are working homeless. We are, the senior population, we got a report about the senior population, and we've got, 1 in 4, let's say 30, Santa Barbara County's older population is supposed to grow by 32%. That 1 in 3 will struggle with poverty, 1 in 3 will have a disability. I can tell you my mother lived in one. And by the way, it was in Glendale. So it's not that far away. And it can be very helpful for a senior person to live in a small unit. So for the senior population, the student population, the working homeless population, as well as those people who are renting rooms or sharing rooms or something like that, it is a valuable resource potentially available. Is it for every use, every population in the city? No, but our goal is to try and find a diversity of different housing solutions for our residents. And, we've got thousands of people who would be interested in this. As far as how we might apply it, the way I'm thinking that we would apply it is more or less the same, the approach that we had with Hollister Village. If you recall, with Hollister Village, they had in the Triangle property, we sort of encouraged them, we negotiated to get them to put in 1-bedroom and studios. Developers don't want to do those, to put in studios. They don't want to put in, they definitely don't want to put in micro units. They're not lucrative. But it is within our capacity to specify the sorts of design standards of, that sort of thing that we would want. What I'm suggesting is we specify, let's say, 5% or so of development, a housing development, multifamily housing development, not single family, multifamily housing development. If it's 5%, that's 90 units that we're talking about across our whole housing element. We have about 1,800 housing units coming in from our housing element. 5% would be 90. The idea that there aren't 90 people who might have an interest in that is questionable to me. We might have a larger number. We might want to say that 5% micro units and 5% studios. But the point is, if we want to generate housing that's going to be affordable, we can't just say, market, do whatever you will. Hopefully you pass on savings because your costs are lower. Hopefully you build small units that are going to be more affordable. If we want to accomplish more affordable housing, we have to take an action. And so that's what I'm proposing here. And I can, give you some more facts if you want about the costs are lower per unit as well. But the thing we know is that the rents will be lower. If we want to generate housing that's going to have lower rent, when we aren't going to be adding to inclusionary housing, and we aren't going to have a lot of money for subsidizing things, show me another solution. And not a magical one where developers just decide to go rent below rent market rates. Anyway, So I would hope that we can study that. And I gave you this before. I can hand out something for others, but I'd like to see us analyze this as a possible way that we can both provide housing that's going to be affordable to our community, and in some cases, it actually might count for HCD, just as ADUs count in some cases. Thank you.
Did I read somewhere, I'm just going to jump in here, did I read somewhere in the report that micro units are not necessarily affordable, that they can be expensive? Or did I just make that up? I thought there was a concern, wasn't there, about the price of micro units?
I think if we took sort of a per square foot that is the prevailing market standard in Goleta and applied that to a unit that was the size of a micro unit that we're talking about, which is 350 square feet, it would come out to about $2,100 a month. And so I guess that sort of begs the question of what we're defining as affordable. It's certainly less expensive than that larger studio would have been. But I think it might be a leap to suggest that that kind of affordability would count towards maybe the affordability categories that are associated with our RHNA targets.
We don't have a lot of those smaller units. I mean, we have ADUs. ADUs is really a similar, like 90% of our ADUs are garage conversions, so you're looking at the 400 square foot range. But often those are like even we do get those that are proposed to be rented at a low rate, but often those are not kind of the general marketplace. So it's a tough proxy in that way. We were just looking today, 1 bedroom, 1 bath across the street, 700 square feet, so quite a bit bigger, but listed for $4,600. It does beg the question that any new market rate housing is anything new going to be kind of attainable?
I guess my point would be, and I'm sorry I jump in, but it will be less. The 3,500 square feet will be, I don't know, half the rate, but it'll be less than the 700 square foot, number one. So if our goal is not necessarily HCD, but just because we care about our residents and we want to find them affordable housing, then this is a tool we want to think about. As far as HCD and producing housing that will satisfy them, as I understand what we do with ADUs is we have to get, HCD is not very accommodating for us. We have to actually get income information from the residents in order to be able to justify to HCD that it's affordable. I would imagine the challenges that we have with HCD and the opportunities are similar for ADUs as these micro units would be also. But one last observation, fortunately we're almost at the end, is just that the comparison to the Mark, which is that fancy place that went out, that was something, not where units, like studio units and small units are scattered across the city. That was a concept, one building that was marketed for, singles and so forth with added pool and amenity. If you have a housing development in which 5 units or something like that are studios, they're not going to be able to market it as something special. They'll rent for less. All right, thank you.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to make a couple of what I think are important points. So I think the BAE study shows that that the experience of other jurisdictions in trying to achieve affordability just through limiting unit size has been decidedly mixed. And the closest example to us is the city of Santa Barbara with their average unit density program. So I think that's and the Mark is one standout example. And Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to make that one point. And then the other thing that I think is very important here is with respect to HCD, that if we were to impose a requirement that a certain percentage of housing on our housing element sites be micro units, I think that would likely involve a trip back to Sacramento an amendment first here locally to our housing element, and then that would reopen that housing element. We'd have to get it recertified by HCD. And so to that degree, I just want to sound a note of caution.
No, that's a different argument.
And if that is the case, then I would recommend that we wait to consider that until we update the housing element in the next cycle. And that's true for any one of these policy measures because it puts too much at stake.
Are we able to explore, find out what would happen for HCD? I mean, HCD has given us these two competing goals. The goals of, producing aggregate numbers of housing and housing that is going to be affordable in some ways, that ostensibly they care about the cost of housing, and that they can't really think everything is a supply response, that it's just going to drive down the cost. When we put in, at the Glen Annie Golf Course, where they put in multi-million-dollar homes, that's going to drive down the cost of housing for average people. So
I'm going to move on to the
yeah,
next
all right.
speaker.
I guess, but my question is going to be, are we able to explore with HCD whether this is something that we could get away with in this housing element? And so your point is well taken. If it means amending the housing element, that's a different animal. I accept that. But if we can just get a sense.
Councilmember Carriago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief because the hour is late. I know there's other people with their lights on.
We haven't even gone to public comment.
Yeah.
Who knows if they hung in there.
So I'll be incredibly brief and I'll just be suggestive. I think any kind of blanket policy on micro units where they can go anywhere in the city would be incredibly short-sighted. I think we have to think like planners here. First of all, amenities are incredibly predictive of price for units. The Mark is expensive because it's the fancy marble countertops and the sub-zero fridge type things and in-unit laundry, that kind of thing. So just unit size by itself doesn't get you there. We saw that with the project that was just cited by Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan, the Triangle property. Yes, we did 1-bedrooms and studios, but those 1-bedrooms and studios that are the ones that are not deed restricted affordable are expensive, right? So a micro unit could also be expensive if it has a fancy countertop or not having to share laundry. There's ways to make those incredibly appealing to young students and people that don't have to worry about income. They've got support from family and those kinds of things where they have a higher income. Maybe they work at Fleur or one of the tech jobs around here that pay really high wages. So my planning suggestion, when we look at this, can we look at it from the standpoint of an overlay where we could be really targeted in where they would be allowed, where they would be incentivized? Can we look at it with an overlay approach? One of the reasons why I'm bringing this up, if we look at the example of the city of Santa Barbara, and this wasn't a micro unit development, but you had the University of California, Santa Barbara come in after a development got through the city of Santa Barbara process, and the university bought it. And the university took it off the city of Santa Barbara's tax rolls. And if we get too aggressive with micro units and build housing that would make great dorms, we're going to lose them and they're going to become great dorms for the university. And we'll be the ones serving them. They'll be driving on our roads and all that, but we won't be getting the tax revenue that we would need to be able to provide the services commensurate with the impacts. So I just want us to think like planners, to be careful, be very cautious and guarded, and look at this how it's working in the state. Look at places that are, the city of Goleta is not a dense city just from the standpoint of look at how many square miles versus population, right? We're a little bit more spread out in that. There might be some places micro units make sense. I could get on board. I, in general, like them. I just think we have to be really careful how we approach this, because if we make it a zone, if we make it a policy, if we make it an incentive program, be careful what you wish for. But if we pick, this is my exception for spot zoning, but if we pick certain places where we think it would make sense in terms of the size of the property, maybe not too big, that would be attractive for the university or somebody else to kind of pull it off of our roles, where it could provide some affordable housing by design, I'd be willing to try that. And we can always adjust the overlay, in future housing elements if we get there, adjust it if it's working, without putting ourselves in a position where, City of Santa Barbara, when they did their AUD program, they suddenly got a ton of applications and they didn't get a lot of affordable housing, and they've scaled it back and made adjustments. I would just hate for us to have a really negative experience with micro units because we're too certain it would immediately equal affordability by size. I don't necessarily, maybe it's the Unitarian in me, I don't necessarily just see certainty here that if it's smaller, it'll be cheap. It'll be cheaper, but how much? What's the developer's plan to make money? If their plan to make money is by, well-to-do students and they want fancy furnishings and they want to have a gym and all those things, it can get real expensive real fast. So that's my comment.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I apologize if I missed this in the report. The definition of there's a lot of terms being thrown around. Our code already contemplates things like SROs, studios. So how is a micro unit different from a studio or a JADU or an SRO?
So our code doesn't have the term micro unit. It's just a small unit. I mean, we don't really regulate like minimum sizes. I think there's some regulations in the building code, but like our zoning code doesn't have a minimum size. So they're just a small version of a residential dwelling unit. So like we have the small scale, which is less than 500. So micro unit would be like a subset of small scale. Presumably it'd be a studio, although, that's not explicit. Like the report doesn't absolutely assume that. I think it might for some comparison's sake, but it really just, all the report defines it as is that size, and then our code doesn't specify anything like that right now.
So the code does contemplate smaller units by a different name. What it doesn't do is what Mayor Pro Tem Kasdan is suggesting and specify that a certain percentage of units be of that unit size. And I want to just sound that same note of caution again, that anything we do that would regulate any housing site in our housing inventory and change the unit mix there will inevitably be a housing element amendment. I'm virtually certain of that. We can certainly inquire, but I would be very surprised if that weren't the case. So at most, we could look at sites that were not within our housing element inventory.
I appreciate your comments there, and I would too share that concern. The comment about an overlay or something, down the line in the future is an interesting question because, I remember with Cortona Point, they were in an affordable housing overlay, and then at the very end of the process, they wanted to increase the size of their units. I think that is sort of an outcome in thinking about that. And I realize that was under a different regulatory framework and things have changed some since then. In my head, that seemed contradictory to the concept of affordable by design. In any case, I think as we look to the future in terms of, looking at the size question is a interesting one. Maybe even beyond, the concept of a micro unit question. I guess I haven't fully wrapped my head around this one, but I think what I hear is sort of like we might be sort of open to some thoughts down the line at a future date, but I have concern about anything that would, you know, harm our certification of our housing element.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Thank you. If you're wanting kind of a poll or temperature read of all of us, I will just say I do not support spending any more time on this topic for staff on micro units. I think in our specific area, they would almost certainly be student housing. And while I do believe that students deserve to have safe and good quality housing, it is not my primary imperative to produce student housing in Goleta. I think there's a lot of other topics that I would like our staff to be focused on getting us, you know, truly deed-restricted, affordable housing for families and residents and employees that live here long-term. I have so many concerns about this topic, so I know that there's a lot of staff time that's already been invested in this. So from my perspective, I would pass on this particular topic.
Councilmember Kazin?
Yeah, two things. So one is, have there been cities that have done something to incentivize studios, let's say, as opposed to other kinds of things, or something along those lines? And by the way, we have 2,000 students already living in the city of Goleta. It's not that we are, attracting them in some way.
I have heard of cities that are actually doing the opposite now, Seattle and Los Angeles, that are seeing sort of a preponderance of studios in 1 bedrooms, and they're actually trying to start incentivizing 2 and 3 bedrooms because there's a sense that families with 3 or 4 children are getting kind of left out of the new construction boom. And so I think in those cases, they've sort of gone with a carrot approach rather than a stick approach, and sort of tried to coax folks into, maybe providing more 2 bedrooms than they would have otherwise through some sort of a density bonus. But I can't think of any sort of jurisdictions that have tried to prioritize studios off the top of my head, but I'm sure that there are.
I mean, I guess, have we looked at our demographics at any point and the array of housing that's current and future to say what makes sense for us? What are our needs? What are our gaps? What would we want to see?
We haven't done that kind of study.
We do have in the housing element, the technical appendix, a lot of demographic data. I mean, I think generally speaking, there's housing needs across all demographics, all need types. I think that's probably a fair, broad statement in this area.
Okay. By the way, just FYI, I'll let this go now, but for Councilmember Kiriakou, I wasn't referring to single buildings like the Mark that were filled with student housing. I'm talking about sort of scattered, studios or micro units across the city in different small concentrations. And, for Councilmember Reyes-Martin, the opportunities we have for inclusionary housing are really limited, and they're really defined by our inclusionary and the state, various laws. We're not expanding it. And so if we want to look for chances to build more housing that's affordable, we have to look at, broaden our scope. But let me just, last but at least, I agree with the idea of this actually, if this actually is something that might open up our housing element to HCD, I accept that's a very different thing. I agree, we can't go back to that again. But if there's some way of creating incentives that will produce housing that's affordable, mandate is what I came up with, but maybe there's another way. So keep your eyes open.
I hesitate to ask, but are there any speakers? Are there anybody on Zoom that would like to comment?
Madam Mayor, I have no speaker slips, and there are no members of the public on the Zoom by that matter.
They left us. Were there ever any? Were there?
Not for this
At one
item. By the time
point?
this item started, there was one left, and now there's none.
He's gone. Okay. All right. Okay. So I think you pretty much heard from all of us about, you know, so does staff feel they received enough direction from us?
Madam Mayor, it would be nice to get an actual motion and a vote. So if
What
the
are we mo-
council,
what
if
are we
the
motioning?
council,
What-
I would just say, if the council agrees with staff recommendations on the 5 categories,
Oh, okay.
then we would ask for a vote on that. If the council agrees with most of them, but maybe there's one exception, you know, don't do 4J, then make that motion appropriate. But if you agree with what staff has proposed, we would prefer a motion on that. We would also like a motion, if you would, on the concept of the micro unit. So it would be nice if we know that either yes, move ahead and look at some kind of a program that's a 5% requirement, or do not look at that. Thank you.
I'm not requesting that right now. I mean, as long as we don't, if what Peter is saying, that this is
I wouldn't be
leading
able to
opening up
support that.
our housing element, then that wouldn't be something I would recommend. But, you know, if it turns out it's something, or there is some program incentive arrangement that's in the future that you see, then we could talk about it then.
So what we're looking at is categories 1 and 2, and then consider category 3 possibly in 2027. And if there's anything in categories 1 or 2 that we don't want to look at, is that, I think that's how I'm hearing it. We would like to delete. I mean,
On 1, I don't want to see more fee deferrals. The others, I think I'm more or less okay with. But, yeah.
Would the specifics on these still come back again to council, like the actual language?
Yeah, Councilmember Resmartin, like any like a fee deferral or a fee waiver, like
Right.
that kind of thing, that would be like an amendment probably to the beneficial projects resolution, which is a city council resolution. That's not something staff would endeavor to do
Okay.
without direction and approval by council.
I'm fine with 1 and 2. And this would be coming back to us. We're not for more discussion, right? And
We were not anticipating to report out on these recommendations as a separate item. We were, that wasn't our intent.
Just more the gestalt.
Well, we have a lot to report on with our housing element in general. It's a ton. And our,
Okay.
yeah.
Madam Mayor, just to clarify again, and staff jump in, so if council makes a motion to either approve all these or all but one, I did hear, you know, there was one example where maybe the one you don't want, we would not come back with any further discussion
On that particular
on that.
item.
But if one of the items leads to one of these categories or one of these recommendations leads to future work that requires a resolution because a fee has changed
Then-
or an ordinance because something has changed, then that has to come back for action. So we would not return with a further discussion of these recommendations. We would take that motion and then we would follow it, and then you would see them one by one as they're pursued if they require some kind of further legislative action.
Here's my kind of more specific question I had about the language. So for example, you know, in the tables, there is some language, but, you know, for example, on the inclusive design standards, the description says establish design guidelines that, et cetera. Those design guidelines, do those go to, that staff will establish? Do those go to like planning commission at some point for feedback or input, or is that just something that staff develops?
Yeah, so there's a general plan implementation action for citywide design guidelines. Those would get approved by council. I
Okay.
mean, I imagine
commission.
it'd be I think it'd be probably city council with a planning commission recommendation.
Got it. That's what I was asking. Like in these places where something new is being created, there will still be, follow-up. Okay, great.
So Mayor and Council, we're really looking for very general direction on approach and timing. We're not asking the council to take action on any specific item tonight, and any specific action would have to follow a process of further development and study.
Unless we saw something that we absolutely all agree that we don't want to bring back.
Correct.
That's
If
what
there's
I'm hearing.
something, if there's something that doesn't make sense to
I'm not
do
saying that.
or do now or do at all, then we'd want your direction on that as well.
I mean, I guess, is there something that, you think is a linchpin for us achieving our housing element goals, whether the aggregate numbers or the affordable targets, that is something that you think we need to jump onto?
Well, I mean, I think that the staff report lays out pretty helpfully and clearly, in my view, kind of the prioritization of how we would approach these items. And essentially, the categories are organized in terms of timing of implementation. So there are certain things that we think we can look at, staff time permitting now, that would potentially help. And then there are other things that we really don't have the capacity to take on right now, or it's just not the right time, because it would involve a much more thoroughgoing general plan or even housing element revision. And so for those, we're essentially asking to defer any action. And we really appreciate the breadth of BAE's study, that it really looked at, the whole universe of possible tools that we could use to achieve greater affordability, but some right now are a bridge too far. They're just not something that we can tackle right now.
And if I might add to that, if you read the report and you look at some of the existing programs that we have and procedures and general plan requirements, housing element requirements, we're doing a lot of those things. So if we're not doing some of these things, it doesn't mean that we've given up on affordable by design principles. We just are, we're in the thick of our housing element. So generally, it's really been a year. So we've been, doing some of this stuff while we, we'll hopefully be kind of reinvesting in some of those other programs that will also further those same principles.
Okay. So, I'm not quite sure how to do this. If there's one that somebody doesn't want to put in there, but the rest of us do, I'm not in a position, or do I have, I mean, it's almost, what time is it, 10:30?
We could put that slide up, Madam Mayor. The only one I heard from Councilmember Kasdan was the fee deferral. So if you want to support everything except the fee deferral, you could do that, or you could.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, I gather from what staff is asking is really the general framework. Does this look reasonable? And so I'll move that we accept the category ones to broadly consider going forward, 1 and 2 rather, and, deal with the 3, 4, and, in future subsequent years. And, you've heard various comments along the way about individual elements, parking, the fee deferral, multi-generational housing, for instance,
Special
that people
needs,
had
disability.
interest in, so keep that in mind. And otherwise, yeah, okay.
That's your motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay. Does somebody want to second
I will
that?
second.
Okay. Then we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Reyes Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Kasdan.
Aye.
And Mayor Perotti.
Aye. Okay, I think we have it. All right.
I just want to make sure that we have clear direction on the micro unit issue as well. Do we want to?
I didn't hear any support for micro units.
Okay.
I'd like you to just find out what HCD, if it's, I mean, I don't support it if it means opening up the housing element to HCD again. If it means it's it's possible, then we can talk about it in the future.
Well, if we learn something different, we would certainly let the council know, but I think it would be helpful for us to get the council's direction on that topic.
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
I'm a meh.
Unbelievable.
I have a council comment.
Yes. We are down to council comments.
I know it's
Standing
very late,
committee.
but I have a very important mea culpa correction to make for the record. I stated earlier in the meeting that Home Goods had filed for
Yeah,
bankruptcy.
I gasped.
A resident had sent me an article to that effect. In my haste, I read the title too quickly, and it said a Home Goods retailer files for bankruptcy. And it's actually a different Home Goods
thank
type
goodness.
retailer with a different name that's very similar. But all that to say, Home Goods is not going anywhere. Please go shop there. I will personally go shop there this week to make up for that. So thank you, Mr. Valdez, for being skeptical of that.
Councilmember Smith.
I just wanted to make a public statement about, it's been a strange couple weeks in terms of all of the ICE activity taking place in Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, and other places. And it's an issue I'm not aware of of specific identified raids or activities within our city limits. But it is an issue I remain very concerned about and I'm very troubled by. People are afraid to go to school. People are afraid to go to court. And there's a lot of fear in the community right now. So, I'm mindful that, I'm not sure what we can do is continue to do as a city, but, I think we need to continue. Ultimately, we need to continue in our role as a city to advocate for comprehensive immigration reform broadly. And I think, this current approach, I'm very concerned for residents of our community. So I just wanted to state that on the record. And I hope we can sort of continue to monitor that for our residents, because it's so important for our residents to know whether it's our library or our community center, our parks, that they can access our city services and not be afraid. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Carriaco?
I'll just briefly mention that on Friday at 6 o'clock, myself and I think one or two of our staff members attended the Get ICE Out of Goleta rally at the community center, and I just wanted to kind of lift up the spirit of protest and activism that happened that night. I saw families, mothers with 2 or 3 children pushing a stroller with a baby in it, and flags and signs, and there were several examples of that I saw, and we probably had 200, 250 people, I think, by the end of it, showing up and showing out and talking about protesting the impact and the fear that is existing in our neighborhoods right now. And I was particularly touched that they chose Old Town, which is where Juana Flores was picked up, several years ago, off the street. Grandmother of a U.S. service member, and Congressman Carbajal is still trying to pass the Protect Patriot Parents Act. I hope we can get there, and I do agree we need to find a way to somehow once again come out more forcefully in support of all of our community members. And I'm not sure what the proper vehicle is for that. We've done resolutions. We've made statements in public. I know we've made statements in private to people in power. But it's a really sad and chaotic and in some ways confusing time.
Thank you. Okay, City Attorney, Mr. Rosen, do you have anything for us? Any parting words? Good night.
I can't resist
Goodbye.
that.
Something?
Excited for the city's drone show.
Good one. Yeah, don't forget the drone show, July 4th. And also, don't forget the kids are out of school now, and there's a lot more kids on the road, in the streets, and on the sidewalks. Please, be careful. And on their bikes, be careful. Yeah, a lot. All right, good night. Meeting adjourned.